26 StarCraft 2 College National Championships. 5 schools, 2 days, and a lot of good games for the fans. Good in terms of being the highest level players in the history of the game? No. But entertainment value isn't determined by how perfectly you execute your build, but instead by how quickly you realize you're standing in front of the webcam. And so it begins. And of course, we can't forget about the crowd. I'm not sure. All right, you gotta turn it to channel 3. Oh, they're probably too young for that. Now we can figure out the delay in real time. No, believe it or not, I'm not there in person. I'm not sure which of the schools. I know University of Michigan and University of Washington, or at University of Washington. It was easier for one than the others. But the bracket. Pick your winners. Pick your loot. Well, we're all winners here, just by participating. But in case you don't have a dog in this fight, on the bright side, the University of Washington is apparently colloquially known as the Dogs. So, there you go. I believe Huskies? Is there something like that? So this is University of Michigan versus University of Michigan. All right, UM yellow. Think. What level are they? Top level. All right. To go through this much effort to fly, I assume, to Washington and compete. So the games are not going to be all the top grandmasters. All right, I think we've seen a lot of that. We've seen too much, arguably. But instead, something a bit more relatable, a bit more realistic, arguably a bit more entertaining. So, without further ado, we have the team captain and the organizer of all of this. Shout out to Sparkle Hands for keeping it going for U of M and for the event, organizing a lot of it. As we get into the first game, University of Michigan versus University of Washington. Top minds, yes. And here we have about 50% of all the players under the age of 25 and start. That's not true. We hope it isn't. But mostly Diamond. So indeed, many of you should be able to relate. As I know that my key target demographic is I was totally Diamond in Wings of Liberty, and I would have been Masters, but I haven't played in 10 years. So, if that describes you, you don't need to chime in, but I'm not sure if there are any special rules. We're going to be playing, I think, all games of each match. Like, we've got the rosters lined up. Wait, let me confirm the format. Best of 3 or 1. You know what? I'm just going to keep casting games until they stop throwing them in front of me. So, that's the plan. If you got any questions, well, maybe somebody can answer them. Also, exclamation point bracket. Once again, it's not too complicated. It appears Columbia and San Diego played yesterday. Or earlier, I'm not sure. And San Diego ended up, well, University of California, San Diego, ended up winning 3-2. So a close match. But there is a loser's bracket. All right, we should have the crowd now, though. All right, Any U of M fans out there, just give us all a... You can raise your hands. It's all right. I know you... There you go. I see you. Any not U of M fans can now raise your hands. That's fine. I'm not biased at all. Home field advantage. But we'll see if it matters. As we go into game number 1. University of Washington versus University of Michigan. University of Michigan, the reigning champions. Of course, that is of the Inter-Michigan Collegiate Nationals, where they beat Michigan State. Those were the only 2 competitors. Not as dramatic, to be fair. But here we go. In the top right corner of Old Republic, we have for the University of Washington Huskies, though I see a lot of people with dogs shirts. I think that's just the more fun name. The Protoss in the purple. Ooh, I like that. Got my emotional support infester. And I'm getting distracted. No, this is the first kick, bitch. Like professional. For University of Washington, Koi Caradon. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. And of course, for University of Michigan, the bottom left, in the yellow, the maze. It's Sparkle Hands. Terran versus Protoss. Wolverines versus Huskies. Who will win? And who will go home? Washington is already at home, very technically. But that doesn't matter here. Everything's played online. So, again, if you do not have a team you're rooting for, I encourage you to pick one, because that's what college sports is all about. You pick your team, and you root for it, sometimes for the rest of your life. At least for today. But what's important is your team wins and their team sucks. Though we're all winners by being here. The first pro. Going to mildly to... Oh no! First blood! Goes to Sparkle Hands. Knocking out the initial probe. Of course he gets the scout. But that probe going down is going to be a massive emotional blow to the Huskies to start things off. No one trusts a probe, but most like to keep him alive. You know, the first Reaper will follow it up. The SCV, significantly less murdered, will make its way back home after getting a scout of a much more typical start. Already, though, clearly prepared. The Stalker, waiting for the Reaper, but doubles back. Reaper gets in. Waits a moment. Perfect timing. Gets into the mineral line. First probe. Targeted, but the Stalker doing what it does best. Stalking the Reaper out of the base. And back at home. A bunker on the way, and the first Marine working on those rocks and making sure the targeting is online. A second probe comes down, and the Reaper won't stop. It cannot stop. The Stalker, significantly slower than the dude with the jetpack. Well, he has 2 Stalkers ready. So far, all the damage goes to the Terrans. Twilight Council on the way. We got the factory, and maybe even a starport. Follows it up. A 1-1-1, the Destiny Cloud Fist build for Sparkle Heads. As the Reaper driven out yet again, the other Stalker, not quite enough. Constantly poking and prodding like only Terran players can. Blink is on the way. The existential threat to any Terran who's too focused on microing one unit and not worrying about what's happening back at home. But so far the build's looking what we might even call standard in this day and age. The Blink into potentially third base. And the 1-1-1 tech. But did he even build a factory unit? No. Straight to the Tech Lab factory. As well as the starport. A Banshee with Cloak is the choice. The robotics facility is on the way. Both these players clearly have a pretty solid baseline knowledge. As going about the usual business quite quickly and relatively efficiently. What? Am I surprised? No. No, I'm not surprised. All right, they're in college. They should be studying. But, you know, it's the first game. And they're coming out prepared. Though a Cyclone on the way. An interesting choice. I expected a Siege Tank. Cyclone, a spicier option. Couple engineering base, complementing the second and third barracks in the main, so clearly sprinting towards a more bio-focused composition. Meanwhile, just 4 Stalkers on their way across. Still a dangerous number, but not nearly as life-threatening as if he committed some more to it. 4 gates back at home. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Yes, I can count 4. Definitely more aggressive intentions. And another round is warped in. Slurps it into the warp prism. The Cyclone is ready in the main base for the potential Husky invasion. The Cloak Banshees actually should be enough to defend this on their own. There's no observers on the field yet, but one of the Banshees gets targeted, and no Cloak! Oh no! It's a disaster! The one unit that could have gone completely untouched, but the Blink Stalkers are in the main. The Banshees are knocked down, and it's a disaster. Koi Caradon is all over the main base, and there's not even remotely close to enough to defend. It's just the boys pulled the Marines behind him. And that investment in the Cloak Banshees, unfortunately, does not pay off. The Siege Tank repositions. He might not die here. But, it's not looking great. As 15 Stalkers in the main base, the Warp Prism could be targeted. Stutter Step, Blinks back, Ghetto Blinking with the Prism. The third command center isn't even completed. But honestly, Sparkle Hands holding it together. Trying to salvage something from this disastrous situation. And, well, what can we say? He's not dead. I don't have much more past that, but he's not dead. And the University of Washington crowd goes wild. He's winning, guys! There you go. They're also on a slight stream delay, so forgive their, purple one. Now, this is a 3-base Terran, mostly. Which means there's a... The Warp Prism is taken down. So it's something. Unfortunately for Sparkle Hands, Koi Caradon not completely sitting back at home. Which, any sort of tech progression, any sort of additional production, really anything that indicates he does indeed have a heartbeat is going to make it difficult when it comes to following it up. But, again, well, Going up to 8 gates, charge, Templar Archives, 56 probes to 21 SCVs. The Observer gonna come in to scout the dire situation. The income. Spots the Observer. Does he have enough energy for a scan? Momentarily. There it is. I mean, don't want him to see how broke you are. Alright, you gotta pretend. That's fair. Psy Storm is on the way, halfway there. Charge. All the fixins coming together. So there is always a chance that Koi Caradon gets a little bit too far ahead of himself. Charges into one of the worst possible siege lines. But Sparkle Hands didn't have his 1-1 upgrade started. He's not going to have the upgrade advantage. He's not going to have the economy. So he really has to hope more that Koi Caradon makes a mistake than any sort of plays that he could make. Another Observer, clearly. Well, paying some attention to him. The smart move when you're ahead, just get more ahead. And not just a third, but a fourth base. A scan. Oh, if it gets the Observer. Can't have him watching. He's caught up a little in the supply, but it's a long road. I keep saying it, and it keeps being true. And that's... the mules can make up for a lot, but... And Storm is already done. A second flavor of splash damage. The Robotics Bay is on the way, and 1-1 upgrade's about to complete. 67 probes against 37 SCVs. Zealot just cuts down one of the scouting marines. Another one. The Lyote will watch. Doesn't seem to care about any of it. Now clearly putting his neck out a little further. Protoss looking to chop it off. Few Zealots to the natural. The rest of everything towards the third. Whittle Mine directly to the face. There's a single Templar behind. Storm across the bow. A few more Templar behind that. Already taking terrible, terrible damage on the third command center. Might be taken down, and the Storm's a difficult proposition. The command center storms the SCVs, which is just a bit gratuitous. Confirms the kill on the orbital command. And Sparkle Hands is running out of hands to play. Another Warp Prism. The mule will scout it. 1-1 finally finished for the Terrans. The siege tanks will unsiege. Not exactly the ideal timing. The Storm softens things up. Tries not to run into it. And for the most part does it. The boys are pulled, but another Storm softens them up on the way in. GG. Game number 1 goes to Koi. Caradon. We're gonna put you guys in the corner. The general, that might be a bit much. All right. But after one game, oh my, these nerds. 273, 200 APM. Though I think the graph kind of tells the story there of how the game went. If those Banshees were not knocked out of the sky before they could cloak, you had one job, Banshees. Unfortunately, that's not what they went to school for. 1-0. And get the next games loaded up. Wait, I think it's a best of 3. We're playing a best of 3 here. Yeah. I knew that. Based on the fact they are not relinquishing their computers. Why did I say it like that? Making sure we have the right mods to start. I think Sparkle Hands had the right idea. Like so many Terrans before him. He had a plan. But, everyone has a plan until they get Blink Stalkers in the base. And losing both Banshees clearly undercut the entirety of it. And yes, best of 3. I'm not sure if they're playing the other match at the same time. Exclamation point bracket if you're online. If you're in person, you can figure it out. I'm sure you can ask someone. Winter Madness. Makes sense. Yes, the second player is actually the crowd. That's how I feel when I play on stream. Why don't you just go blink DTs? You gotta root for the Terran now? I know, it's a hard life. Game 2. In this first best of 3. I think there's a distinction between sparkle hands and jazz hands, but there's probably some overlap in that whole idea. I don't feel qualified enough to speak on the matter. All right, in the bottom right of Winter Madness, for U of M, sparkle hands. And for the University of Washington, in the purple, up 1, thank you, to 0, Collegiate. A solidly executed blink timing, followed up by just kind of existing in a more powerful way. A reliable strategy. And credit to Sparkle Hands for not tapping it out, but his prospects dim dramatically after losing, say, 90% of his workers. Unfortunately. I do want to see, you know, as much as I appreciate, and I want to compliment the players on their pretty solid execution of more standard builds, if I wanted standard solid execution, we can go to watch some Clem. I'm wondering who's going to bring out the most creative builds as well. Because winning is all well and good, but winning hearts and minds is also something. Not sure how much value you can put into that, but... Scouts on both sides. Nothing untoward. SCV gets in, sees the Reaper, like the pseudo Reaper wall off, just to make the Reaper's life uncomfortable, not actually block it out. And not again! The probe! It'll live. This time. Almost reliving the trauma. Well, of past lives. Do probes feel pain? I hope so. I think it's important they do. Moving on. Marine first, after the Reaper. That's not what Marine first means. But to follow it up, it's going to be Stalkers yet again. Not getting too fancy with the Adepts. Adepts are all well and good until you get distracted and have 400, 500 minerals back at home. Reaper jumps in. A little bit out of position, the Stalker, but might have baited the Reaper in further. Chases it down. Unfortunately, the Reaper will, like most Terrans, avoid social confrontation. Of course, avoiding social confrontation with Stalkers is usually a good move. So, 2 more racks on the way. Sparkle Hands falling back to a Terran classic. A bunch of Marines, Marauders, some drugs, some guns. Hell yeah, brother. Though a hallucinated Phoenix is the choice, and we'll be spotting it relatively early on. That doesn't significantly blunt the potential. Alright, it isn't a strategy that relies on a whole lot of nuance. Somewhat unlike the not-so-cloaked Banshees of last game. But seeing it this early certainly helps in putting together a response. Meanwhile, we got Charge as the choice for Koi Caradon. Switching up from the Blank Stalkers, the Charge slot's a much more direct option. Though, it's all about quantity as well as quality. 3 gates in total, slaps down a 4th one, clearly taking this with the respect and seriousness it potentially deserves. Every Terran has this build in their tool house. But again, there's a reason for it. It's always been good, and it's on Koi Caradon to put together a response in a timely fashion. The critical mass, there's nothing that does more damage than a bunch of Marines and Marauders, just in terms of density. The amount of damage you can fit. And there's a reason you usually need splash damage in order to deal with the Terran Bio Ball. Otherwise, it just comes Katamari rolling all the way across the map. And you think you might have enough, but once they get enough to cover one another, and the Zealots don't have the surface area, well, the most advanced Protoss warrior is a melee unit with laser swords. So that does have some weaknesses, tactically. The triple threat. Stim, combat shield, +1 infantry weapons. All coming together. The boys remain at home. For now. Not choosing to put them off the line. There's a factory on the way. So, Sparkle Hands not ending his tech tree here. A whole bunch of charge lots. There is a sentry with potentially Guardian Shield. Stim isn't quite done. Guardian Shield used, reducing all the damage by a couple. Huge against Marines and Marauders, exactly. And so far, I mean, he scouted it early, and that's a perfect response. Enough charge lots to zone them out, and Guardian Shield is actually a huge deal. Everything under the bubble. Doesn't matter if your enemies are under the bubble. A lot of misconceptions there. But it reduces all range damage by 2. And the Marines are only doing 6 damage a pop, so... Is it 7? I should know this. I don't... Well, the charge lots will carry it across the map. The Marauders caught in front. The bunker. SCVs pulled off the line, but they want blood, not repair. They decide against it after a moment. Good stop position to make sure the Zealots don't get any closer, and Sparkle Hands manages to shave a few more off. Got 8 Zealots for the cost of just a few Marines and Marauders. But that third Nexus is completed. Third command center on the way. Sparkle Hands finished up his starport. Storm, of course. The existential threat to any Terran unit composition, but especially this one. Second engineering bay. Everybody pulling back. This time around, Koi Caradon with a solid defense, but he didn't do near game-ending damage. All right, he's not leaps and bounds ahead. Just maybe a quick skip. So Sparkle Hand still has a lot of options, and a lot of damage can be done if you're looking the wrong way for just a few seconds. Though Koi Caradon's done a great job of keeping tabs on things. He knows the map is dark and full of Terrans. So, Zealots on any attack path. Still some open space, but adding observers in. 63 probes. Gateway count going up to 8. Overall, looking very good. Meanwhile, Sparkle Hands adding on Barracks 4 and 5. Some Widowmons on the way. Ghost Academy. Nailed it. Ah, I see. We'll do it live. Armory. So, both players getting a little more complicated and a lot closer in supply. It's going to be the Armory, the Ghost Academy, higher level upgrades, as well as Ghosts themselves. Robotics Bay is halfway done, and Storm is already completed with 4 Templar in a prism that he may have forgotten about. Thank you, Ron. But eventually, when he remembers, it's going to be very dangerous. So this is kind of a big issue. This is why Hero uses the Select All Army hotkey. Meanwhile, though, the main army is striking to the right side. He forgot about the prism, and without the prism, this army just dies to bio. Unfortunately, Sparkle Hand's a little late on pulling off the line and loses a dozen SCVs. But that prism is notoriously absent right now because its class was obviously way too early. Who expects you to get up at 9 a.m.? Let's not be ridiculous. I was too busy playing StarCraft last night. Moving on. 3 probes dead. That's a true story, though. It was a real problem. 5 in total. 63 to 47, though. Sparkle Hands able to crush the army, but only after losing maybe a few too many SCVs. Observer spotting for everything. And that where did the prism go? Oh, just kind of on its own time. We're waiting. He's supply bot. Pylons finishing, though. Everything coming together. Though Sparkle Hands at 1-1 upgrades, not adding any more. Oh, it's time. The storms! Here we go! Oh, Category 5 Stormful kills his own observer, but that's, acceptable losses. Sparkle Hands plummets to a 20 supply lead. But wait, there's more Templar, another storm. The Marauder softened up, but Any Marines and Marauders that are still alive will be healed by half a dozen medevacs ahead. And another storm wades right through it. A whole lot of damage, but Sparkle Hands is holding strong, at least for now. Warp Prism sneaking in towards the main. There's absolutely no defense nor vision there. Colossi coming out. Extended Thermal Lance halfway done. And that is it going to be a storm drop? He kind of drops the ball on that one. Gives away the Templar a bit early. Here comes some Ghosts back to defend. Meanwhile, the army down the front. Templar goes down. 2 Ghosts, 1 Templar. Interesting video here, but the Warp Prism will be driven away. 144, 165 supply. Dark Shrine, double Colossus production. So while Sparkle Hands might have the momentum, might have the supply, Caradon is aware that, you know, having multiple flavors of splash damage is usually the better move. The Templar will mildly to moderately inconvenience several of these SCVs. The army with a battle probe mixed in. And this is happening. The Ghosts, EMP, hits the Stalkers. 1 Colossus is not going to be enough to intimidate. Trying to chase it down. 3 Colossi are definitely significantly scarier, especially with the 2-1 upgrades. And he's able to build 2 at a time. Some Vikings added in. Sparkle Hands has kind of abandoned the idea of upgrades. His army supply, 123 to 91. And several of the Zealots going to get shaved off as neither side really noticing this fight is happening. The target fire, 1 Colossus down, just stutter stepping past the others. EMPs land, and a bit of the Bile will chase down the Colossi. And the Terran army just grinds everything down. Though, surprisingly, 2 out of 3 Colossi were able to survive. There's so much momentum coming across the map. Inspired. The Colossus is out on its own. And it's dangerous to go alone. Oh, no! There's more to the south. Getting chased down. The Vikings in position. Good micro from Sparkle Hands. The Archon is quite scary. But all of the Colossi are toppled. The supply gap widens. More bio running up into the fray. And it's all over but the G's at this point. 2 Colossi will begin, but the probes are on the run from the 3rd. The 4th base is going to fare no better. +2 armor. For exactly like 10 units. A few Dark Templar mixed in. But I don't think that's going to be enough to turn the tide. About 30 probes made it away. The scan spots them immediately. Another wave of charge lots. And, well, the 4th base lived. The DTs were optimistic. The probes are trying to find somewhere to run to. Which is optimistic. They might be able to make it home in between the armies. Another couple Colossi, another fight where both sides are just stumbling in. Unfortunately, only the Terrans will be able to stumble out. Oh, the probes. Don't watch. Actually, this is not as bad as it could have been. GG! Okay, it's about as bad as it could ever be. We're all tied up. 1-1. Sparkle Hands turns it around after a tough game 1. Able to regain the initiative. As long as everything goes according to plan for like 10 minutes. Well, there's a bit of an own goal in game 1, but the classic Marine Marauder and then throw some medevacs in. Caradon getting caught out of position a couple times. Not having that Warp Prism with the army was, unfortunately, the defining part. Oh, Mothership for game 3. Ready to go. All right. Hype it up. I like how the fancy RGB keyboard was moved out of the way for the much more serious gamer keyboard that both of them have clearly brought with them, which is a very unsarcastically important, of course. Oh, I outed myself. Oh, I gotta start the game. That's my responsibility. Here we go. Mothership. For game 3. All tied up. In the top left corner of Mothership, taking it back for the University of Michigan. In the yellow, we have Sparkle Hands. And of course, for the home team from University of Washington, in the purple, Koi Caradon. Sparkle Hands coming out ahead. In the longer game, Koi Caradon able to cut him off at the knees early on. And honestly, seeming very evenly matched. As either of these games could have turned either way. Both very expected in this sort of matchup. Now, is either willing to put it all on the line with an early cheese? Are we going to fall back to something a bit more typical? I suspect the second. All right, try not to embarrass yourself too early on. But fortunately for Sparkle Hands, looks like his first SCV is headed towards the correct direction. Now, neither player knows what the correct direction is on this 3-player map. Unique in the map pool, usually. It's pretty obvious. But that's a little bit of a scouting advantage. As the probe won't know for sure this isn't some sort of one-base all-in. He won't know for sure what he can get away with. At least not for a while yet. Though it is just going to be the same openers from both sides. One gate expand, one Rax expand. For which colleges are fighting? Ah, yes. It's a battle. But we have Columbia University, University of California, San Diego, Rochester Institute of Technology. Oh, he's killing the pro. University of Michigan, and University of Washington. And we got those last two now. And they are at the University of Washington. Looks like a pretty sick land center sort of setup, too. Stargate. Will it be scouted? The Reaper gets in, but the Adept doesn't quite see, or the Adept is able to zone it out enough. And the response to a Stargate is significantly different than the early Twilight Council. The Stargate makes air units. Air units, and this is true, can fly. Having all your Marines set up at the natural and ready to defend a direct attack does not necessarily prepare you for an Oracle in your mineral line. And because, well, he saw the Adept, obviously, but that doesn't necessarily give this away at all. It is just as likely to open with an Adept as a Stalker. And without seeing the Stargate itself, I don't think the suspicion will be there. He's coming in again. Takes a look around. A second Adept is spotted. The Shade. And the grenade is off the... He takes it out. That chance at scouting removed. A Phoenix. Interesting. Phoenix first. Which, a safer choice. Though, with less aggressive potential. It's going to be the Banshee with Cloak yet again. And the... Oh, wait. There's also an Oracle. Oracle flies in. That's 2 kills. And spots the starport with the tech lab upgrading. And it lands through a few more of the SCVs. And getting a full scout, 4 SCVs, and getting out without any damage, you couldn't ask for much more. About as good as it's gonna get for that early Oracle. And staying alive is incredibly key, because combined with the Oracle, the Phoenixes could easily just knock the Banshee out of the sky. So, in almost every way, invalidating Sparkle Hands' build. But, that's just on paper. We don't play on paper. We play on our fancy gaming keyboards in these cool setups. And right now, coming back for another round. And uh-oh, the Oracle. Cyclone locks on, and he dug too deep. And too greedily. He gets knocked out of the sky, and that makes the Banshees a very strong choice yet again, and we'll see if Koi Caradon recognizes that fact. As technically now he has exactly 0 detection. It's not very much. Wow.
You deserve that.
He's going to get Banshee's speed is a pretty wild choice to follow it up, especially when you know you're up against someone with a Stargate. Feels almost directly the opposite of what you'd usually expect. The Adept will die to the Banshees. And yes, Koi Caradon realizes maybe I should have something resembling detection. No, not again! It's happening again! The Banshee is taken out by the Phoenixes. Though, the other is able to cloak and get away for now, but a bit optimistic with the Banshees, and now Koi Caradon with 3 bases. It's going to be Mech. Sparkle Hand's taken us to McDonald's, which is an interesting choice. Definitely in store for something different, which not many Protoss have a whole lot of experience against, because it's mostly considered to be what some might call bad. And that's because just getting the factories and getting all the production in a timely fashion is so expensive that by the time you're actually able to put units on the field, it's pretty easy to just get run over. Now, if you survive and have those units and put the army together, it's very hard to beat. It is a very difficult army to actually engage. But again, getting there is quite the journey. The Speed Cloak Banshees will cloak along the fancy edges here and targets down some of the probes. Phoenix is coming back to defend the shield battery. Makes it a little more difficult, but if the Banshees combine their fire, they go right through it. Revelation. Good timing. It could have been much, much worse. 8 probes dead. The Banshees knocked out. Koi Caradon comes back and defends. And, yeah. Much, much worse. With that threat removed, a lot of investment for a minimal amount of probes. 5 factories now completed. Koi Caradon taking a 4th base. 7 gates. Not sure he knows yet. He's dealing with his mech army composition. Really, the difference for Protoss is a whole lot less stalkers and charge lots usually. More focused on things like Immortals and Archons. Charge lots can still be good, but you kind of need those power units to compare with theirs. Now, the other sort of philosophy and the eventual goal is going to be Sky Toss, of course. As Mech is lacking in Marines and just basic anti-air. So, if you eventually get to things like Tempests and Carriers, not that I think we're going to be there anytime soon, is that's a whole lot of charge lots with some Templar behind. It doesn't matter how much is on the field. Is it enough to deal with this? The Phoenixes, the Banshees, might be taken out. He lifts up some of the Cyclones, falls back to the natural. Bit of a disjointed attack could cost him here. The Storms, not nearly as much of a threat to the much higher HP mech units. And these Stalkers were easily distracted by the Nexus. And Archon is merging mid-fight. Might be able to take out one of the Cyclones. Quite a mess between them here. Micro's back. Storm on the SCVs. Terrible, terrible damage for both sides. He has another Storm. The SCVs will wade right through it. 11 SCVs dead. Another Phoenix is knocked out of the sky in a brutal fight for both sides. A whole lot of damage dealt. A laundry list of units. But where do we end up? Both players clearly focused on it, now progressing their tech afterwards. Collegiate slaps down another half-dozen gateways. And Sparkle Hands remembers his upgrades. But that fight, that army had a chance to outright kill Sparkle Hands, but a little disjointed and doesn't quite land the killing blow. But 87 probes, 4 bases, a gajillion gates. Quantity has a quality all its own, and the Husky player gonna try to demonstrate that. 4th command center, halfway done. And again, Sparkle Hands is trying to build the perfect army. All right, the army that, the platonic ideal of Terran, where you have exactly what you need to crush everything that gets close, where it's a much more Zerg-like Protoss here, warping in cinematics of Zealots and endless Stalkers in order just to overrun anything that gets sent across. But for now, Sparkle Hands has more army supply. Not bringing any SCVs with this. There's some Templar, but will he spot the Templar in time? The tanks will siege up. A little bit late into the fight. A quick Aerodon backs off. Storm to ward it away. 1-1 not quite done yet. Moving over some more of the factories in Starforged. Another wave of Zealots is warped in. Those 15 gates are now finally online. Scan, sees the Templar move out of position, and that's a very nice place to siege. A lot of damage in the first volley. The charge lots were sent to the other side, but there's absolutely no defense for the counterattack. Storm zones out the front, but the Zealots just eviscerating the mineral line. 5 SCVs dead and counting. He doesn't have that many to spare. Meanwhile, Collegiate has arguably too many probes. The Templar zoned out to the right side. The Cyclones moving in. Another storm. The base itself is under attack. And the Cyclones whittled down, and it's just the siege tanks left over. Eventually lifts it. But Sparkle Hands, his army has been thinned out dry. He unsieges the tanks. Oh no! At a disastrous time, and Collegiate warps it another round. He's gonna get chased down. Sparkle Hands, very strong up front with almost nothing at the back. And eventually, the waves of charge lots are able to overrun the siege line. The worker count is looking a little desperate. Still, the same principles apply. If the Terran army is large enough, it's almost impossible to beat heads up. But if you kill most of their economy, they can't rebuild that army. And eventually, you can overrun it. Immortals in production, slowly but surely adapting to the unit composition. A planetary fortress at the 4th base, which will be scouted immediately by a Zealot. The main army is headed down as well. No sensor towers really in range to spot it. We'll be running directly, and a few Templar right behind it. Some charges actually interrupted there awkwardly. Siege tanks on the high ground. This fight could easily go either way. Still a bit disjointed on the attack. Meanwhile, a few charge lots in the 3rd, though a good counterattack. And 16 SCVs dead, doing exactly what he needs to do to make sure that any attack that comes across the map will cost him too much at home. Eventually gets taken out, but 20 SCVs. Planetary fortress being repaired by a single one. Mules off center. Multiple immortals at a time. Literally double the worker count. 2-2 upgrades. Things are looking bleak for the University of Michigan Terran. The siege tanks will siege, but a little bit late. The planetary obliterated. And the storms. Ooh. Doing a lot of damage. 95 probes. Another round warped in. It's not getting any easier. Double warp prism, why not? +3 armor about to complete. He's going to go right down the center. The tanks are sieged up at the once-in-future 4th. Takes down the rocks, opening up the way to the 3rd. The army just completely out of position. Few zealots coming through. The storm softening up the hellbats. The cyclones, not enough to whittle this down. The siege tanks are able to get involved to an extent. Some of the charge lots making their way through. But he's at the 3rd, he's down the center. The 4th base will hold for what it's worth, but it's not worth enough. Coit Caradon takes it 2-1. The University of Washington is off to a 1-0 lead. Solid execution. The mech was a bold move, but not bold enough. There was potential. That actually, crunching the numbers, quite a close game from start to finish. That just doesn't end up working out. Let's see if we can get this set up correct. Yeah, just ignore most of that. I thought we'd get the stats from the last game, but no. And we'll see who's up next. I'm not sure if there's any particular order to the matches. I know they got 5 players, or at least I believe 5 players on each team. That was the team captain for U of M, Sparkle Hands. I'm not sure if it was the team captain for University of Washington, but remember to pick your team. Okay, we can bring the logos up as well. We can do some one moment. And if you don't know any of these schools, well, then here's your chance. Based entirely on their logos, of which is quite a variation. That's way too fast. What strikes you? University of Washington just using the purple SC2 logo, in case you're wondering what that is. We have both the Tigers and the Lions as well. An age-old question. And also, apparently, the mascot of the University of California, San Diego, is King Triton with a trident, which is pretty sick, I will say. We've even got the next players loading up. I like the... So that, in case you guys didn't know. Well, actually, it wouldn't be obvious if you're just joining, but... Which player's on which team? I think they got something resembling uniforms as well. I see. So today we'll be getting, I think we'll be narrowing it down to 2 or 3 teams. And then tomorrow we'll have the finals. And some other options for matches as well. The players, so the captains or the teams have lined up the rosters to be competitive. And I think they did a good job based on exactly 1 game so far. As otherwise we'd just let whoever was the highest level player on the team roll everyone else. But it's about the journey in StarCraft 2. Because if it was about winning, well, that'd be depressing for everyone involved, present company included. So, Washington is the Huskies. Yeah, Huskies and StarCraft. That seems like a cool combination. It's time. I mean, I'm in. All right. Tilt the scales. Upcoming game is going to be Grandmasters. Says Emaps, who's also in the game. Or so we claim. Now, if we wanted to be mean, we'd let Twitch chat rate the games. Though, honestly, that last one was quite, to both players, very good execution. Obviously, a little bit disjointed at times, but that's how most games play out. The hardest part is actually attacking in StarCraft 2. When your units start running everywhere, defending's all well and good, but once you finally move out on the map and you have to look multiple places with your screen, wild. All right. Back in my day, we just ran Doom on a thermometer and we liked it. One, I'm not that old/young, and two, never really liked them, actually. Doom's too scary. Almost as scary as getting cannon rushed. Now, I can do the math here, and I can see that there's probably a reason that our University of Washington player isn't in the lobby, and that is because they're a Dark Templar. Which doesn't necessarily... No one ever said Dark Templar can't participate, but... You're an observer, you should see them. Technically, well, that's a good point. Gotta work on that. I think it's time to tell my story of a, well, it wasn't really a collegiate tournament, but it was when I was in college. I remember it was in Ann Arbor, where University of Michigan is, going to a LAN center that was in the basement of somewhere, so good times. I remember it because it was my first, like, LAN tournament. I was a Diamond Zerg at that time, which, you know, might not be unique in this one. But I remember playing against a Terran player. I believe was Silver. Okay, at the time. And so I just kind of attacked him with Zerglings, and he didn't have a wall. And then he floated to the corner. And then it took another, like that's 3 minutes, and it took another, 5 minutes to get mutas and kill his command center. I'm like, okay. Interesting. And then, the next game I did a pull first, just to see if I could, you know, do that again. And I could. And then he did the same thing. And then, even though it was a double elimination, you had to pay to get into the tournament. Like, you pay, $20 to be part of the prize pool, all that. So then he just left. He did not GG, and then he left the LAN center, and that was it. So that's it. That's the whole story. And then I lost 2 or 3 rounds later to someone way better, and that was way less exciting. But I just remember distinctly the mindset. Yeah, that was the whole story. I don't even know if it was the first match or not, but I think these players might be a bit more accomplished. All right. Now, seems to be our highest level players on the teams. I'm not sure, but apparently Grandmaster, at least High Master. In the top left, for the University of Michigan Wolverines, we have Haru, the Terran, in yellow, in maize. And in the bottom right, the Protoss for the University of Washington Huskies. It's Trilces. Trials S. Easy to come with a pronunciation, guys. Like, tell me in Discord how to pronounce that. And then, Big T. And then, Trilces. T for short. Protoss versus Terran yet again. Now, I'm not sure how much the teams have been colluding on strategies. I don't know how long they've known what matchup they're planning to play. And obviously, any player of a certain caliber on the ladder is going to have their style that is likely not going to switch too much. Because, again, I'm going to draw my own experience where it's a little different, though. You get into a tournament. It doesn't even really need to have any real stakes. Like, even just bragging rights. Somehow, it just goes sideways. Like, maybe you never did a 2-base Hydra all-in before. But you think, you know what? Now would be the time to try out a 2-base Hydra all-in in this tournament. It's like, that's the kind of thing your brain does. When it's under pressure. It decides, now is the time. Instead of doing the build, I've practiced 100, maybe 1,000 times in the last month. 2-base Hydra. That's it. That's the one. Spoilers, it was not. It brings it back, though. Another probe dead. Another first blood for the Wolverines. Well known to be a bloodthirsty animal. At least I'm pretty sure. They look pretty messed up. They got that vibe to them. I guess Huskies could be as well, but generally better regarded. I mean, Cyril has a Husky. Cyril does not have a Wolverine. I don't know if it's his family's or if it's like his Husky, but I know Cyril or his family owns a Husky, so. Fun fact. That's why it makes sense they're already up 1-0. That's 2 degrees to Cyril. Let's get the series score. I don't know if I like that working option. Ooh, Reaper Hellion. A little bit early pressure here. Already a Forge on the way from Trilces. From T. And that Stalker is not going to be enough. He could throw the grenade or he could just kill it. That's option 2. Option 2 looking pretty good right now. Takes it out. The probe's off the line. A single Adept is not going to be enough. And unceremoniously just blasts his way into the mineral line. Warp Gate does not even exist. He didn't get Warp Gate. It's just an Oracle to defend. Now, that should be enough for now. He didn't even start Warp Gate, which is kind of wild. 7 probes dead, which is not good, but is not as terrible as it could be, because now Trilces plummets to a 1-worker lead. Because Haru did not go for the early expand. He put everything into that early aggression. So a fleet beacon. A fleet beacon is on the way, which is certainly one of the very many choices you can make. Is this a mothership rush? They say go big while you're at home, and here we are. Observer. So he's going for a warp gateless, potentially mothership. Well, here comes a siege tank push. There's going to be a single cannon. The unit count is 1 Oracle. Full stop. The Immortal is in production. That could help out. Revelation spots all this. But the Cyclone gonna get some more damage. The SCV giving some extra vision. The Cyclone from downtown knocks the Oracle out of the sky. And just like that, there's literally nothing but probes. This is an absolute disaster in the making. And an incredibly bold move. But this is the no fun zone, says Haru. And I'm the only one allowed in. Well, a Tempest and an Immortal. There's already a couple Vikings, though. So... points for originality. But I don't think those points are going to translate into a winning position. The shield batteries are offline and drained of energy. The Vikings knocked down the Tempest. There's just probes left behind. And it's all... it's too much. The Tempest Rush. Not quite the ideal choice against Terran, but a strong, you know, points for originality, but no points for losing the game. So far, definitely the most original build, but Haru with no mercy. The 1 base all-in to the 1.5 base all-in. And the army value tab certainly demonstrates that. Did he get out of the chair? Hey, come back! Where'd he go? He needs to go back to rummage around for his next build. Need some sort of Ouija board or something. I assume. Or maybe Heroes on Call. Come. I told you, you can't trust the Dark Templar to play Standard. Two-base Tempest is a real build. Alright. I can't argue with results. Unfortunately, that means I have to argue with you. Random internet person. Which UM is this? What do you want it to be? I do realize that could be University of Michigan. Yeah, it doesn't really narrow it down, does it? Oh, he chose blue this time. We're going with... We gotta have the team colors set up. You know, maize and blue. I'm not sure if it's purple or if it's like... I'm trying to think of another word for purple and I'm coming up blank. I know purple adjacent. Not like lavender. Or, violet. Indigo. Grape. Don't think that counts. It's not an orange situation. Now, technically, for University of Michigan, it's maize and blue, which is named after our main export, corn. And our second main export is apparently cheesy Terran players. Maybe not even necessarily in that order. But it makes sense. Chelsea's. I do love it. I want to personally thank to Riles here for giving us something a little bit different. Unfortunately, didn't pan out, but always appreciate it. Doing a little bit of poking and prodding at the SCVs, which have to repair themselves. They don't get their shields back. Terrans have been lobbying for shields for a while, but thankfully not yet. Maybe next patch at this rate. this time. Still no warp gate on the way. I don't know what he had. This is Florencio in disguise. Wait. Oh. I think he's just playing on a different PC. So are both of them. Not sure this camera is really useful right now. Alright, save me, crowd cam. I see you. The commitment. Strategizing. Now, the only awkward part for those watching at home in a less fun scenario is they are also watching the stream, from my understanding. So, a bit of a delay can create... Yeah, that demonstrates the delay. But I know you're there. I appreciate it. A little jealous, but we'll do the best we can. Can they see the chat? You guys have phones? Cyclone. What is he do? Okay, so it's not just a single build. It's a habit. He's got the fleet. The fleet beacon on the way again. So he's going to do it again, but this time, if he does it even quicker, the no warp gate Tempest Rush. Now, he's up against a 1-Rax expand, which gives it significantly more chance of not dying immediately. But... well, yeah, and on the upside as well, you'll never expect him to do it again. I can pretty confidently say that Haru has probably only faced this less than 10% of the time on the ladder. And you know he's playing the ladder. He's got his build. Unfortunately for him, he's moving out at exactly the wrong time. The Oracle comes in. Gets the mule. Gonna get some of the SCVs. Haru is not stopping. He's sending it directly across the map. The first Tempest is halfway done. The Cyclones and Vikings are already here, though. 2 Tempests in production. Where's that second Stargate? Is that the natural? But locks on to the cannon. The shield battery will buy some time. Slaps down another cannon and shield battery. Every second counts now. The Oracle is heading back home to defend. Won't be picked off on the way. And then Tempest. Here we go, trying to use some of the probes. They eat the lock on. And if you don't micro them, the probes could easily be used to mitigate it. Gonna target down, cancels the cannon or shield battery. Knocks out one of the Vikings. And a stressful situation, but with 2 Tempests. Now, he doesn't have Warp Gate, and he's not building any other gateway units. But 2 Tempests do a lot of damage on each volley. And he will hold. So, another starport back at home. Haru, gonna be engaging this directly. Stasis Ward on the way. Scan will spot it immediately. 3rd Nexus, a little optimistic. Revelation, slaps it down. Help him keep vision of at least the Marines, and those are usually pretty close to everything else. And there's the Mothership. The Mothership is in production because why not? At least that makes it dramatic. The Cyclones lock on, but that means they're not firing at the Tempest. Targeting the Nexus will force the cancel, but gets both Vikings. And... well, this is getting... at some point... still no Warp Gate, by the way. The Great Wall of Pylons. Sure. Don't know how this happened, but it's here now. Pylons are the powerhouse of the Protoss. +1 ship weapons on the, or air weapons on the way. And the breakpoints for Tempest especially. +1 air weapons are a big deal because the Tempests take like 3 years to wind up a single shot. So being able to destroy units in significantly less certainly helps. Couple carriers on the way. It's mass Viking. Because of course. Oh, thank you, Froberg, as well. Yeah, like and subscribe. I can confidently say I have never quite seen a scenario like this one. A pure, almost mono-battle commitment to Sky Toss. And then on the other side, nearly the same with Vikings. It's going to come down to the fight. So, if the carriers are able to unleash their interceptors before the fight starts, and he's getting Phoenixes with Phoenix range on the way. So, clearly looking to cover for the carriers, for the Tempest. Still no Warp Gate, which is quite a statement in and of itself. Entirely Stargates, of which he now 3 going on 4, which apparently you can support, but the Viking fleet is on its way across. It's a dozen Vikings, 3 Tempests, 3 carriers, +1 ship weapons is done. +1 air weapons is done for the Protoss. No upgrades at the moment, but he's bringing some SCVs. Missile turrets could help out as well. The turret push. The 4th base down the center. The SCVs brought alongside, and honestly, an interesting idea. He doesn't see it! The turrets might be up in time. There's no tectonic destabilizers for the anti-building damage on the Tempest. And things are building up. He still doesn't see it. Oh, there's a missile turret. It's in vision. But by the time he sees it, it might be too late. The Vikings lining up for a shot. The mothership can use active cloak. Almost loses a Tempest in the first volley. It goes down. The siege tanks helping to move forward, but the Viking count is so damn high. Just a few siege tanks. There's the active cloak, but the missile turret's providing detection. Siege tanks putting a timer on the Nexus as well. Slaps down a Revelation. It will be the last one from the Oracle. A few Phoenixes out in front, but honestly, the choice to bring the turrets forward was an incredibly smart one from Haru. Adapting to the situation. The Nexus at half HP. The Vikings closing in. He waited out the active cloak. The carriers have arrived. The interceptors are launched. The siege tanks just casually blasting apart the Nexus. The supplies are still about even. The Viking count is up to 20, but it's those 4 siege tanks and the 4 or so SCVs. The little outpost of shield batteries and cannons. The mass Viking missile turret push. What is this tower defense, tower offense from both sides, really? The siege tanks slowly but surely working their way through. Well protected, ensconced in the missile turrets. Couple more starports. It's 3 starports against 4 stargates. And flipping around all the production. He's got a fusion core on the way. And I think he might be thinking about battle cruisers. That's enough speculation, though. We'll have to wait. More missile turrets moving forward. And while this army could easily clear them out, they can't do that while they're being fired on by the Vikings. A Scandinavia Vikings here. Another wave of SCVs is coming across. Haru has 90 SCV. The mothership, no! All on her own! And the Viking, oh no. Oh, knocked out of the sky. It's a disaster. Though, the missile turrets are coming up. He will spot it. The army just staying tucked in here. Most of it, the Vikings are the only anti-air. He's gonna sit back. He's gonna let that base go. No tectonic destabilizers. The carriers. Oh, and he scans. The interceptors are not launched, which means the carriers are pretty vulnerable. Kiting back, getting a Phoenix at a time, but as long as the interceptors have actually been fired out of the carriers, which takes a bit. It's about a half second between each interceptor launching. But once they're already out, and the swarm is ready, the golden swarm, he's trying to chase this down, gets a few more Vikings. And clearing up the missile turrets with relative ease. 3 battle cruisers are in production. Meanwhile, again, a single siege tank. Mass missile turret back at home. He doesn't have any of the building upgrades. No high-sec auto-tracking, no building armor. Vendaya scan, gonna try to spot for this. but knocking out some of the missile turrets, launching the interceptors beforehand, and the Vikings are not good at dealing with them at all. They're much better against the single target. The battlecruisers will not have Yamato cannon. And look at the supply. There's enough Tempest here that the battlecruisers aren't really a major threat. +2 weapons is done. The bunker is obliterated. And the Golden Armada is cutting its way through. Battlecruiser targeted, taken down almost immediately. Another one as well. The Phoenix is out in front adding their damage. And GG! The Sky Toss just rolls across, well, glides across the map. And despite Haru seemingly being prepared for it, it just wasn't enough. The overwhelming power of the University of Washington Protons just casually cuts through. And he was right, he gave up the base, but he did not give up the game. We're all tied up. Well, you can see the army. 19 kill. Administrative Junior of the Spire. Not a good sign that the hero unit was a siege tank. What fancy skins do we want? Both players deciding on the more mechanical composition. But the Proton, clearly, Trilces, or however you put it, Big T, much more experienced in that sort of scenario. Willing to give up multiple bases to make sure the army stayed together. And Haru, I think the battle cruisers were optimistic. More like a, I'm winning. I have 5 bases. I can just win. Where are you going? Oh, it's an NG Bay block. Wait, no. Way too early for that. I'm used to jumping in a minute and a half into the game. Uh-huh. Curious timing for a barracks. Curious placement. It's a proxy Rex. A classic Game 3 strategy. Haru. Not gambling everything. It's a single Rax proxy. So, likely just a Reaper early and try to dictate the pace of things. It does not commit him entirely to ending the game early, but he certainly has to get something done. Meanwhile, 2 gases on 1 base. An early probe scout is going to note the severe lack of barracks in the Terran base. Which is a bit of a tell in and of itself. The thing is, it's a little bit hard to determine exactly what you're dealing with. You can take some educated guesses, but unless you actually see the racks or the timing of the factor, you can't know for sure what you're dealing with. So hedging his bets. Thankfully, already had 2 gases. Gets the second pot on in the main. Chrono boosting out that first Zealot. And now gonna preemptively add the bunker. Interesting choice to not block the base. Hey, come here often? The Reaper, the Zealot, of course, can only politely yet firmly ask the Reaper to leave. It can't technically catch it if the Reaper's paying attention, but there's an Adept on the way. And the Zealot is doing enough. Yeah, interesting. Okay. So, yeah. Here we are. So the bunker does finish, obviously. But it doesn't block the... Oh, no! Oh, he got so greedy. He ran right past the side blades. The hubris. And down goes the Reaper. The second Reaper going down that is such a... kind of an unforced error. And suddenly, one Reaper is a lot easier to deal with than two. Now, both are pretty mediocre against Void Rays, of which one is currently being chrono boosted. Fleet Beacon! Because of course it is. And the Reaper, well, lights it up. He's nothing if not consistent. So, a Fleet Beacon on the way. And suddenly, well, now we're here. I said, flexing my strongest commentating vocabulary. The place we are is the place we currently are at, which is a place that we've never been before and is not similar to other places. But here we are. Cyclones, Vikings, there's a Tempest in production. Tempest, you need 3 or 4 before they become a real threat. But it seems likely he'll get there before Haru is actually able to put together some sort of attack. And now, oh, the Adept even gets in! And it will spot the 3rd command center. Pretty importantly, realize there's multiple Cyclones. Now, yeah, he knows about the Stargate, but not about the Fleet Beacon. He saw the Void Ray, but not the Tempest. And here we go. A second factory on the way. He's still building Cyclones. Does not have mag field accelerator for that extra damage, but... a second factory. Sparkle Hands tried the mech in our first match, and now Haru. A bit of a reprise. The Tempests are spotted. That you can't go. A cannon, a shield battery, and multiple Tempests is a recipe for disaster. Just trying to figure out whether or not there's a 3rd base is the best option at this stage. A second Stargate is done. As the commitment to the Sky Toss continues, Haru's going to try a different angle to deal with it. Clearly testing things out. And it all relies on this. Does he have the right answer to the Sky Toss? Last game, literally no Warp Gate. Effectively no gateway units at all. The main weakness of Sky Toss without splash damage is just direct counter damage. So, Cyclones, Vikings should, on paper, be a strong choice because every target they have, they don't knock on the Interceptors. Every target is a good one. Again, we don't play on paper, though. And, no plan and sometimes no keyboard survive contact with someone going mass carrier. Mag field accelerator is going to be a very important part. Increasing that Cyclone lock-on damage about 50%. Each shot just doing more damage. Which, you know, is good. Also the fact that Cyclones are technically spell damage. A Viking hits the main base. Drops down and racks up 3 probe kills. Meanwhile, at the same time, the bait and switch. A great little multi-prong here will knock out the 3rd Nexus. And thinks about taking more, but smart and well-executed moves. Gets 4 probes, gets the 3rd Nexus. Haru finds himself in quite an advantage now. A mothership is on the way, but without that 3rd base, he doesn't really have the production for literally anything else. On top of the fact the probe count was whittled down a bit. Multiple factories. He's going for factories 4 and 5. Double upgrades in the main as well. +1 mech weapons and armor. A single Viking headed towards the natural. And it really? Fool me once. apparently I will be fooled again. The third base. Oh, and he's too slow. That's so much damage. And again, that time he got the cancel, but shut down thrice is Trials. 3 Thors on the way. Haru not leaving it up to chance here. Oof. He's going to try the attack with a mothership and a smattering of Sky Toss here. 3 Thors. And a lot of potential anti-air. Not relying on the mass missile turret, but instead a more direct option. The Cyclones are rotating around. I don't even think he has a robo, so no observers. Though, he kind of needs the Cyclones to fight this. Here's the army. Gonna lock on to the Nexus. Just abandoned ship. Nexus is taken out. That is the one way this could go sideways, as Thors might not be enough on their own. We'll see. He needs the Cyclones. Might be able to knock down another carrier. It's a base trade of sorts here. More Thors in production. The Cyclones knocked down a carrier in the main. There's nothing else to defend. So... the second base will be targeted and just picking it apart. Does he have enough energy for recall? He just now got enough. Back to 1 base, which is certainly not ideal. The mass Thor, there's currently 7 Thors, which should be more than enough to deal with this, even without any repair. The Cyclones are still tearing through everything on the other side. The interceptor count dwindles. Trying to take down the base. The SCVs are being slaughtered, but that's a lot. The Thors are stumbling down the ramp. But the carrier target, the main base itself. And unfortunately, the heavy metal of the Michigan Terran. Looks like enough. There's 0 bases is not enough. He's gonna try. Unfortunately, he's not mining, which is not great. So, yeah, you're gonna try to corner the Cyclones, which may work. But it will cost him another carrier. Yeah, he sees the probes not mining. So that, yeah. Well, here we are. One of these Thors. Billy, get into high impact mode. No. The proton, no, there we go. The SCV's with it. Gonna intercept the army. The Thor's just blasting apart. Doing terrible, terrible damage. A single Thor is still dangerous. He's cornered now. You can't recall to a non-existent base. He did finish it. Oh, no. Well, it doesn't look great for the Protoss here. Yeah, the interceptors will mildly inconvenience one of the Thors. The interceptors themselves get knocked out of the sky. You may lose the starport. Meanwhile, there's SCVs attacking as well. I think they got out ahead of the Thors. There's another SCV over here because that's you take his vacation time. A recall. A disruptor. A disruptor? On the way. The probes are pulled. Yeah, well, you could just target the... He fires off the shot, which Yeah. Not enough. Another shot. It ends up killing only a stalker, which is somehow very appropriate. Where are you going? So I brought up that story about the Terran floating his buildings to the corner. Unfortunately, Protoss cannot float their buildings. GG! Haru pulls out the mech Terran and slams the point home. The Vikings didn't get it done, but University of Michigan now ties it up 1-1. Unfortunately, it seemed like a situation of, oh, he's got a crazy build. And, oh, that is his build. Haru adapting eventually and taking 2 in a row to turn it around and tie up the sit. What in the hell? We're going to be doing a Archon mode match of the entire teams. Apparently. Which, hopefully, no one uses the select all army hotkey. That's what it looks like. Interesting. Apparently the Rochester Institute of Technology took the other side of the bracket. I guess which puts them the winner of this Archon mode match will be facing them in the next round. Archon mode, for those who don't know, which is almost effectively everyone, is 1v1, except every player can control all of it. So originally this was thought of as like the potential highest expression of skill. Unfortunately, it ended up being more of an expression of how much you like to hate your friends, because there is nothing stopping you from hitting the select all army hotkey while your teammate is microing. So not only do you have to, manage the game, but delegate. And that means literally every single unit could be controlled by all 5. Technically, the Archon mode, as advertised, was 2 players. But there is no limit except the lobby size on Archon mode, as you can see here. So all 5 of these players are able to participate, which is... we'll see how it goes. And it looks like the University of Washington is going to be playing Zerg, which is a bold move, especially in Archon mode. Well known. And you see the teams are actually, we got a lot of Masters and Diamond logos. So, higher level than I expected going in, to be honest. But we lost one. It doesn't really matter if they have 2 or 5 players on the team. The results can be the same. Okay, brings them back in. And here we go. I'm not sure how this is gonna look. I'm not sure how the mini-map cam is gonna look here. But this match apparently will decide between University of Michigan and University of Washington on Winter Madness. I'm very excited to see how this goes, how they're gonna manage to delegate. In the top left is the entirety of the team for the University of Michigan Wolverines. Archon mode. And meanwhile, in the bottom right, represented here, is the entirety of the team for University of Washington. All jammed in together. They could look. Look at the mini-map cameras for a moment. You can't. Oh, we probably could. They don't know what they want. It was not designed for this at all. I think it's just taking whoever, or it's just taking the first player. Either way. Let's see if I can. I'm gonna bring up. We're gonna rotate through the cameras. Now, what usually happens, or at least the usual strategy, is to designate one leader, like one person who will do the build. We'll see if that comes through. Now, what I imagine, it's a little easier with Terran to delegate exactly who does what. Because it's a queen, micro, or macro. Which queen? When? For example, for Zerg. But when a Reaper comes out, I imagine that someone will be microing. And there's not jobs for everyone, all right? Sometimes you gotta find busy work. Is the APM collective? No. Now, the real interesting thing is University of what? Well, they got no depots to do push-ups on. Meanwhile, somebody is controlling the SCV. Here comes the Reaper. Let's see who has Reaper duty. It is Fish. Oh! And who's controlling the SCV? Or maybe Fish has both. It looks like Fish is our micro player here. Oh, he's gonna get one. His entire job is microing this Reaper.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
And he's doing a pretty great job. He can focus. Oh no, they forgot the build entirely. That's 3 kills. There are no Zerglings.
Complete.
This is already. This is a total disaster. Like that's might be the game right there. There's a reason why Terran pretty much ended up being the only race people played in Archon mode. Yeah, that's really bad. That's bad. Now, there's no amount of APM that's gonna get those 6 drones back from a single Reaper. It's bad. It's real bad. A spore crawler finish that they tried to dodge into. This is an absolute disaster. Fish single-handedly, single Reaper dismantling the entirety of the team. And the economy is completely shattered. Let's see if he's all... looks like he's going to be controlling. Wait, did somebody else... Haru has the Hellions. Fish is actually doing the build now.
We finished that.
So that's 2 players microing each of these units individually. And here we go. Meanwhile, the queens. Maybe each, I don't know if each individual Hellion is being micro, but more drone kills. The Reaper coming back in. And yeah. Oh, but wait, there's more. Oh no. Yeah. Income another couple. And one Hellion gets into the main. And the wonders, oh, the places you'll go. Oh god. It's impressive and also horrifying. Now, as they do their best impression of Clem if he never had to do anything but micro. I do feel like this may have been lost in the race pick screen. As very simply, Zerg has no... What are you gonna do, micro Zerglings? Like... There's just no answer. Now, it could have been better. But... Oh, and then a Banshee. Every single one of those units, which is already so good at being individually microed, now literally being individually microed in quite a demonstration.
Research complete.
Really a clinic here. It is... There's 7 queens. Oh my. The Reaper's still going 16 kills! Oh, the Zerganity! Oh, and Cloak is done. Of course it is. Oh no. Oh my. And, well... Let's see how it's going for the teams. University of Washington on the right. It's not great. Still intent, but it's bad. Who's got the Banshee? Haru with the Banshees. Oh my god. Oh, might lose one. No. And here, Marines. Oh my. Well, this has been quite a display. He's leaning over to... Are they talking in person? I don't think they're even on Discord. Yeah, they got their headphones off. They're using the good old-fashioned non-Protoss speech. Where what you do is just yell at your teammates when they're next to you. Oh, SCV's pulled. So far, 6 Hellions and 1 Reaper for 35 drones, 11 Zerglings, 4 Overlords, 5 Queens. It's bad. The Banshees, 10 kills. Let's see who's got the Medivacs. It's Fish. Here comes Fish. The stutter step. Individually microing the Marines. The Banshees like... At least somebody's having fun. Whoever's second down right now, but... It's bad. Meanwhile, you wouldn't know that U of M is winning this hard, but they're a bunch of Terrans, so. Meanwhile, double drop in the main, Banshees double drop. Oh my. Just a triple prog massacre. Meanwhile, the most perfectly set up main base. I really shouldn't have chosen these skins. They kind of hurt my eyes. Tirador. Tapped out yet, which... There you are. GG, 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 GG. No, we chose wrong. People, you got... The Terrans are still in the game. Like, all of them. They're all still there. They haven't left. They're all still microing. What are you doing? Oh, wait. Technically, yeah, the last player didn't leave yet. That does make sense. Wow. Yikes. So, I think quite a demonstration of the potential, both benefits and pitfalls of Archon mode. Especially without experience, especially as not Terran. I don't... Oh wait, is it a best of 3 in Archon mode? I believe so. Alright. I'll be right back one sec while they set this up. Okay, well, let's see what they pick. Off I go then. Let's see, how about classic? Wait, did they all say ready? It's my job. So, Terran versus Protoss. Archon mode sounds interesting. So, the major issue with, like, especially the 2-player Archon mode is, especially for non-Terran, so it's definitely easier with Protoss than Zerg, but delegating, like, there's a certain level of player, like, if a gold player plays with a Grandmaster, even microing the first Reaper is not necessarily going to be better than if a Grandmaster is doing it and doing the rest of the build. Now, honestly, that might be true even up to, like, Diamond. Which is part of why, because you can't even really play with someone who's a significantly different race or rank disparity, because it's just actively worse. I think there's definitely things they could have done to make it more friendly to that. But it's literally just 1v1, but you can control everything. So that way you find busy work for your loader. They are all holding down the rapid fire keys. 6,000 APM. I see you. Oh yeah, perfectly microed. Wait, no, you don't have the mineral patches. Meanwhile, the Huskies, on the other hand, taking it at a more stately pace. Honestly, that might be the highest APM I've seen what is technically humans hit. Because it's multiple players just holding down the keys. Which, the repeat rate of a single keyboard is only like a couple thousand, right? So... Archon mode tournament would be really cool. Again, so it combines the two least favorite things from StarCraft 2 players. Though I'm not arguing it, it would be cool. It's one, working with other people. And two, C.1. Also, you can't, like, it actually breaks your muscle memory. Ooh. Is part of the issue. Like, you're used to Reaper production. Like, you go back, you have this way, like, you've done 10,000 times. You've done your build. You scout with your probe, you put down your gateway. Except here, you're just doing one thing. Which is actually really hard, especially for Zerg, but in general, to get out of the habit of that muscle memory of, let me go back and do the build, because that's not your job, all right? You have to figure out whose job is what, so you don't actively make it difficult for each other. The Salt Shaker laid down by that first SEV. The Reaper rolls around. Who's controlling the Reaper again? Let's see, is it Fish? It's Fish. Fish who racked up a completely ludicrous amount of Reaper kills, even against Zerg last game. I believe it was 6. Who's got the... We've got Haru. I can actually see over here with the cameras who's controlling. You just move it over. You got Haru controlling the Marine, Fish controlling the Reaper, the tag team duo, and they just keep going. Unfortunately, there's no way out back there.
Complete.
And
Your command center upgrade is complete.
Sparkle Hands handling the build. On the other side, we have Koi Caradon apparently handling the Protoss build. I would like to buy a name that I can just... Oh, here's Boot. Boot. At least I can pronounce Boot. Washington with some... We've got Bad Nickton, Koi Caradon, Vige the King, Boot, and New Duckian. This is like AI-generated Tolkien over here. Join Trilces, who apparently... Why don't they have their best Protoss? I don't know if he's their best, but I don't know why Trilces isn't stepping in for him. Abandoning his team? You ever had that little brother you just need to give something to... Here, go lower and raise this depot. Hallucinated Phoenix. I don't think they're going to be taking it too seriously. What? Killing the critter? Murderers. It was too close to a husky. It was a Lyote. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like Lyotes are closer to Wolverines than they are to Huskies, but... And there is an observer. Whose job is this? The Banshee? Brought to you by... It's Fish again. 5 kills. Meanwhile, Haru is microing the Marines at the natural. And the probe count is... That's 11... 12. Oh my, 14, 15. Well, at least there's gonna be Blink Stalkers, so that's something. That is, that's significantly more than they were able to get with Zerg. I'll give them that. Now, how much can they get? Who is this? E-maps. Wait. Who is selecting that engineering bay? It's 2-5. 2-5 boy is he hasn't supply depot hotkeyed. And that's about it.
Our SCVs are
He
under
just
attack.
Well, here come the Winterstalkers. He's looking at other things when all he has hotkeyed is a supply depot. All the important things in life. Well, here come the cloaked banshees again. These Winterstalkers gotta get something done. The banshees. There's an observer back at home, but 5 more probe kills. Having a tough time. Warp Prism, an optimistic warp location. The Banshees sliding back in. Couple Zealots, Marines will stim. The Warp Prism, Stutter Step, not enough. You know, Blink Stalker zoned out. But on the bright side, the Huskies are not dead yet. So they got that going for them. This time around, they did manage to put together something resembling an attack. Hallucinated Phoenix. And technically it's 3 base against just 2. But that 3rd command center's floating over now. Meanwhile, the Terrans with bit of everything on the way. Medevacs, Mines, Marines, Marauders, double upgrade, Stim. Stim's already done. Concussive Shells. But the more macro-oriented Protoss from the University of Washington is giving them some hope for the future. Hope is less tangible, but more plausible. As double Banshee, Widowmine drop loaded up. Couple Banshees coming into the 3rd. The Observer will be pulled away. All of them. Unfortunately, that means the Banshees will come in. And Fish 2-5 was actually entrusted with the Banshees. Wait, no. He's just watching. He's not microing the Banshees. He just likes to watch. He still has his depot hotkeyed. 2-5 is also here because technically we had a quota of 5 players and we had to fill it. Sorry. Making sure. Oh, he's also builds the supply depots, which is an important job. An important job.
Somebody, get me out of this.
Meanwhile, another mine drop. Robo base spot. Oh no. Oh, they're tripping. 7 probes dead. 12 probes. It's a disaster. Straight up not having a good time. Why is there a ghost fighting a sentry? An optimistic warp in. There goes the prince. Oh no. Are they even repairing? One of them's repairing. The other one's not repairing. 2-5. Get it together. The other one's definitely not repairing. Yes, technically there's a robo bang on the way. Why is there 1 ghost? Does it even have cloak? No, there's cloak for banshees, not for ghosts. The stalkers. But the drop's clearly controlled by someone else. But they go. What are you doing? He's baiting him away. He technically does the EMP. Meanwhile, a Widowmine drop, a double drop. Plenty back.
SCV ready.
E-maps, one of the drops. It is Sparkle Hands, it looks like, handling most of the macro. The team captain pumping out the units in the build. 2-5 is, again, oh, they gave him the Banshees. The Banshees that have 19 kills now. But he's been entrusted with the Banshees now that the Banshees have been mostly defended. All right, go play with these. Fish is, he has no hotkeys at all.
Add-on complete.
It's pretty wild, but I guess if you're always staring at exactly what you need to.
Mineral field
Ah.
completed.
Meanwhile, EMAPs. I would point out who's controlling what on the other side, but it feels a little more consolidated.
Base is under attack.
Koi carried on handling the build. Badnik with some of the stalkers. Vige with another group of stalkers. And they're playing Protoss, so you gotta resist the urge to select all army. Unfortunately, the army just jumped the Colossi, blasting through. Banshee's on one side, Widowmon's on the other, and the Terran Bio Ball is, yeah, just rolling through the Colossi, the Nexus. And there's just, well, GG. It's all over. A nuclear missile and a fusion core in production. GG. Well, survived a little longer, but clearly the delegation from the University of Michigan finding... Oh, that is a graph, all right. I think it actually overlays lines from every player, and it looks super weird, like super crazy. Yeah, it's a very strong line. I think it's just showing 5 on the same line. Interesting. Never noticed that. Because the last time I saw an Archon mode match was like half a decade ago. But so quite a demonstration. Unfortunately, a bit lopsided. But still. Let's take a look. We're gonna update the brackets. Not fully updated yet, but University of Michigan versus University of Washington.
Your dedication
I believe
will be rewarded.
we'll be going to the University of Michigan. There we are. We can have this. Thank you, Chucky. No. Everybody's still chilling, so that implies... I'm not sure. I don't think the other schools are there. I think it's just University of Michigan. More schools are participating, but obviously it's a lot to organize to head out live. I believe University of Michigan, because they're part of the official U of M organization, was sent out by the school. An officially sanctioned event, which is pretty sick, actually. So that is why they're able to be there in person. Though, obviously in StarCraft 2, we have no problem with holding tournaments online as well. Looks like our next match is 4 versus 4. I'm just gonna look up the bracket whenever they tell me. Like, we're doing all sorts of different games because obviously this isn't the bleeding edge Grandmasters, but instead actually entertaining StarCraft 2, which, believe it or not, it can be without having an anxiety attack thinking about pressing the 1v1 button. Honestly, I've been a sucker for 4v4 lately. As long as your teammates have something resembling tenacity and won't leave at the first sign of minor difficulty, then it can be a ton of fun. Which we're hoping here. This is the first time we've had a North American collegiate scene in about 10 years or so. So there was, when probably a significantly larger percentage of players were of a younger age, some collegiate tournaments. But it's been quite a bit. All right, here we go. I guess we did our best to have team colors correct. It's not gonna be perfect. 4 versus 4. We'll see. Do they come prepared? With a spicy all in. Oh, do I come prepared? I'm gonna hide in this corner. Ta-da. Close enough. Introducing the majority of the team for the University mission, Wolverines. I gotta click on them to figure it out. The Protoss and the teal. It's EMAPs. Alongside the team captain Sparkle Hands in the yellow. 2-5 boy in orange. And last but not least, our Zerg player in blue. It's Fish. Against the University of Washington Huskies in the red, New Duckian, the Protoss. Alongside Bad Nickton in the green, the Terran. Boot, our only Zerg on this side of the map. We're gonna call it forest green. Light green. It's gotta be a more succinct way. Anyways, the Protoss in purple. Goikaradon. 4 versus 4. I mean, the same rules apply. Destroy all your opponent's buildings. Usually things end before that. The teams facing off can stare each other down. That would be kind of weird to do in this sort of scenario. Not sure how they decided, because we had 5 players in the last match, 1 sitting out for this one. But a uniquely chaotic game mode. As, well, it's essentially just 4 1v1 players. Instead of 5 players controlling 1, it's 4 players all jammed into the same map. And usually favors early aggression. Whoever can get everyone pointed in the same direction at the same time. But many times can just evolve to extreme, or evolve, I guess, more generously, to extreme late game. A bold move right off the bat from EMAPs. Expands to the very bottom left corner. Surprisingly unlikely to be scouted early, as it's well off the beaten path. This is one of the community 4v4 maps, which means it had at least a mild amount of thought put into it. And there are expansion locations for at least the first initial ones. Reapers headed across. There's 1 Terran for the Huskies, 2 for the Wolverines. First Reaper spotted by the Spylon. No units in production, but there are a couple Marines as well as Zerglings in order to box out. Reaper on the other side from 2-5 boy. Might be able to snipe off a probe or 2. Working on it. Probe, meet and greet. Takes it out. Stalker caught on the other side, playing ring around the Nexus. Meanwhile, another of his Sparkle Hands, the Reaper's just a menace. Gets a kill. 3 kills for 2-5 boy, 1 for Sparkle Hands. And EMAPS has decided on a proxy fleet beacon. Sure. At this very secluded expansion. That is... could it be a mothership rush? Unfortunately, you can't use the recall ability on your teammates' units. Or that could be a devastatingly effective strategy. But still, definitely a threat. Reaper gonna spot for the continued Zerg expansions. Zerg always in a bit of an awkward spot in team games, as Creep doesn't discriminate. No Terran nor Protoss can build on Creep, no matter who their friends, quote-unquote, are. Because Creep's Creep. Enemy Zerg units will also be just as fast on enemy Creep. So, something to consider, or at least your teammates, to get upset about.
When I look
A little bit of both.
gameplay, it makes
Thank you,
me
Beast.
almost feel like I am capable of human emotion. Laughing, crying, emoji. I'm
Kids
tired
these
and I
days.
approve this message.
Glad you enjoy. Another Stargate, possibly inspired by some of the games we saw earlier, but New Duckian comes in with a more conventional Stargate play. The Oracle just incinerating half a dozen probes before even having a response. Is there any anti-air nearby? Just burninating across the mineral lines. Here come the Terrans to try to protect the base. Though, taking their sweet time about it, gets 9 probe kills, which will cut into that proxy Tempest. I don't know if they've realized yet there's such a dramatic opener happening, but unfortunately that base is completely undefended. Just scouted by the Oracle, and that means 2 more medevacs coming in. Does he have stim? No, but he does have siege tanks. The scan, this is not going to make things any easier. Drops out the tanks first. Meanwhile, Stalkers to the north. Poking and prodding. Gonna keep Fish busy during all this. And is there an answer? +1 flyer attack finishes moments before the Cybercore Z powered. And Emaps is likely losing his main base. Those Banshees do have cloak. We'll see if there's a scan from the Huskies. Meanwhile, a double drop on the other side. The Protoss bearing the brunt of it. Meanwhile, Stalker's getting chased down by the Zerglings. Marines gunning down a whole bunch of the probes. And the double cloak Banshee is enough to defend back at home. We're gonna go to team colors because I'm losing my mind right now. Wait, I can't as an observer. Oh no. I just try to keep tabs on everything. But the Marines from 2-5 boy taking down the Nexus of New Duckian. Leaving him with, well, he still has 2. It was a bit greedy in the first place. EMAP still with a base in the bottom left, though significantly less probes than he had a few moments ago. Up to the north, the Zergling counterattack. Going to hit the Zerg of the Huskies. Boot, suffering the brunt of it. And Stalkers have to come down to defend yet again. So, the supplies are a bit of a mess overall, to say the least. And... no, the Marines come back in again. There's no warp. Does he not have warp gate? No warp gate out of New Ducky, and pretty soon no probes at this rate. He's down to 31. Foracles on the other side, all lit up with nowhere to go. Looks like he took out one of the Nexi, or one of the hatcheries. The Banshee's going to work. Sparkle Hands, the first one to reach over 100 supply, and doing his best to make sure this Protoss doesn't get anywhere close. But the Cloaked Banshee's wreaking absolute havoc. Multiple Spore Crawlers, and the Oracles are going to be turned away. Meanwhile, a ground attack coming together. Few Stalkers knocking down an Overlord. Is there enough army to actually defend directly? Zerglings and Banelings in support from Boot. Few Banelings gonna try to challenge them. The Stalkers, Banelings rolling through, the Marines out in front. And the Stalker count, they do have Blink, they do have +1. A single siege tank might not be enough. Meanwhile, who's Koi Caradon with a Warp Prism on the other side? Meanwhile, the Oracle's still looking for an opportunity, an optimistic stasis. There's a hive on the way for Fish. But the siege tanks from the Wolverines holding this base down, and so far a significantly higher economy. University of Washington struggling to put everything back together, but there is a carrier. And, well, both SkyToss players had their economies badly bruised to start, but eventually slapping it together. There's 4 Tempests just kind of chilling, and eventually EMAPs will swoop in dramatically in order to turn the tides. But an Ultraless Cavern is on the way for Fish. Gonna be complimenting on the ground as EMAPs will be relied on to deal with the sky. Stasis catches some of the drones. Armies coming together. Definitely an overall supply lead for the Wolverines. Though it appears neither Terran player remembered their combat shield. Sparkle Hands has it in production. A surprisingly easy to forget upgrade. Well, a couple Whittle Mines, Wilbur trying to drag in the shots. Counterattack takes out some of the SCVs. Sparkle Hands at 155 supply, though. Definitely the man to beat so far. Mass barracks in the main. The Tempest recalled back, I think, in order to help defend, indeed. That Warp Prism full engagement on the map. Zerglings dragging in the Whittle Mine, and the Banelings just mutually assured. Oh, Ricky! Watch out! Ricky absorbs a whole bunch of Banelings, the accidental swarm host, and almost everyone dies at the end. A single siege tank left behind, but Ricky's Locust might be enough to keep it alive. Wow, and the medevac healing the Locust saved the siege tank. What a fortuitous opportunity. Meanwhile, Sparklehand's just tearing through everything over to the western flank. The siege tanks on siege, the bio closing in, and there might not be enough to stop this outright, even with the Stalkers coming to reinforce. Banelings rolling into the mineral line. The Zerglings getting dangerously close. More Zerglings boot very optimistically expanding. Sparklehand's still at 177 supply, with no one really over 100 for the University of Washington. The supply gap is getting quite untenable at the moment. The Banelings just rolling into one another. The Tempests shelling from the side, and there's nothing to really answer them. Carrier's not particularly great either. Banelings again. Still no combat shield, but it doesn't seem to matter. The siege tank count is so damn high. The Marines will pick up into the medevacs, abandoning the tanks. Gonna try to run away, which... yeah, good luck with that. The Terran production is fully online. Meanwhile, the carrier is actually able to overwhelm the Tempest, but Emaps now has managed to get 4 bases. So, eventually, the Ultra's chewing through the base just in case it wasn't difficult enough already. A few Zerglings will drag some of the army back. Sparklehand goes into the gap. Storm is completed. The Zerglings dragging so much. The siege tank's moving up. And, well, now would be the time. The Storms, but here come the Ultras. And here's Ricky. He lives. The Storm's doing terrible, terrible damage. But the Ultras easily overrunning. Mostly the Templar survive, but almost nothing else. And closing in on all sides. A single Zergling just chewing through the main base. Boot has some Ultras of his own. But maybe too little and too late. The Ultralists all over the place. More Storms! But, closing in. The Archons will merge, but the Ultras will be able to collapse on them well beforehand. There's just not enough. Another army coming across the map. The mothership joined in. The carrier's knocked out of the sky by volley after volley from the Tempest. Liberators, siege tanks. The Ultra's not enough underneath. Drops in the main. And it's all falling apart. Tempest just doing way too much damage. I think no one has the clear picture on how terrible this is going. But it's getting there. And mass overseers, a Nidus. Sparklehand's at 200 fish, pretty close. That Nidus is going unchecked. And plenty of Zerglings loaded up. Just breaking through. Zerglings popping out behind the lines instead of just the front, but they're absolutely everywhere. GG. It's too much. Overwhelmed. And the Wolverines will chew through with not really a concerted attack, but just so much everywhere. The proxy Tempest and the captain clearly leading the charge as well. Sparklehands with more army value than it seemed like the entire Washington team. By the end, at least. I'm not sure if we're doing best of 3 or just best of 1. But we will see momentarily. The hero units. Let's see, we'll compare to the entire... Unfortunately, other races cannot use the Nidus. They get too grossed out. Oh, that's... Oh, no. The Sweat Lords. Put in the work.
Your
Sparklands is nearly 300 APM.
I didn't realize we were
Thank you.
in the winter
148
trading
months, which is about 38 years. Fun fact. Glad you still enjoy. Burning rivers.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
site. Hello there.
TBD. Soon. But so far, it appears that the Washington players are no longer prepared for another follow-up match. So I have a feeling we're going to be doing another one next. The dogs. So next will be University of Michigan versus the Rochester Institute of Technology, which though there is a loser's bracket, we'll be doing the two loser bracket matches and the semifinals here today. And then tomorrow will be the final loser bracket finals and then the finals. As they call them. You can see Sparkle Hands there explaining it to me on Discord. Exactly how the brackets are going to go. I didn't prompt that response. That's unrelated. Might be something else. Probably talking to the Rochester team. This is going to be a YouTube video. It's a YouTube video right now if you go to Winter Gaming TV. And it will be after, too. We're working it out. The most exciting part of any StarCraft tournament, map vetoes. Now, here's the thing. It's kind of like, I think, the pick ban in MOBA games, where there's some people who really love the strategy and the intensity. And then, for more casual viewers like myself, are like, okay, we're gonna spend 20 minutes debating this, aren't we? Now, to be fair, in MOBAs, I think it does have quite an impact very directly. Map vetoes in SC2 are usually less high impact, but occasionally. Mostly because pro players, especially, are quite averse to playing any maps that don't fall within a certain category. Now, to be fair, if you're practicing a certain style or certain build, like 80% of the time, most players don't like to switch it up too much because, you know, that's hard. And that's when less skilled players sometimes are able to pull off wins. Because they came up with a strategy on a certain map or something like that. We decided a long time ago that those sort of wins were not something we liked. Now, that does make it feel like every matchup is a copy-paste of the same thing at the top level. Much of the time. So that's bad, in my opinion. In case you asked. But it was good to see Mothership at least. It's a 4v4. The deciding match 1. All right. Who's going to get picked out? That's the question. I think the active process of who's going to be playing is being decided right now. Is it you? Maybe, maybe not. Extra shout out to Sparkle Hands for not only obviously playing, but for organizing. He was the one who initially proposed this, including the in-person with multiple schools as opposed to just like an online event. I actually had this in Finland when I was in college. I mean, there's still plenty of organizations and clans and groups that still play. Maybe not quite on the scale. And the hardest part, I think, is not having a tournament, but making it fun for people who aren't going to be losing games to Cyril anytime soon. Right? Like, you can be top 50 GM on NA. I'm speaking from personal experience, and still lose 100 games in a row. Not just to Cyril, but like to Solar. So, but it doesn't all have to be like we've seen with the 4v4. And the Archon mode. It doesn't all have to be who has the sweatiest build. It's just we kind of trended towards that early on and never moved past it too much. Where anything picked once can be picked again for the rest of the match. Now, that doesn't really... Unless it was for races in StarCraft 2. Which, another thing that would be cool if we had established that many years ago. But maybe we should establish it now. You can only play your race once. Like it's AoE 2 with 69 different civilizations, right? Like, though it works better because what do you do at a best of 7? So Rochester... They're the Tigers, right? Orange for us. Alright. Gotta be on theme. Alright. Let's see. Let's give them the purifier. I get to pick out the skins. I never get to do this on replays because they don't work. And everybody's favorite matchup. Terran versus Protoss. I know you were clamoring for it. 2 minutes. And then... it's time. Rochester Institute of Technology from New York, I believe. There's several Rochesters, but I think that's the big one. Like, I don't know how many institutes of technology for them there are. Bracket should be accurate across the board. Not exactly the most compelling action cam there. I assume Fish is also not at his PC, unless we have another Dark Templar. He is playing Protoss, so. We got a crowd cam, but I don't believe so. Oh, they're ready. Wait, ready? Enhance. Dark Templar. All right. We'll leave it there so you know it's real. But for the Rochester Institute of Technology, the Tigers in the orange, we have the Terran. It's Bongo. Up against the Protoss from the University of Michigan Wolverines in the blue. Fish. 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 Both teams undefeated so far. This is the semifinals of the 2026 Collegiate National Championships. Might be like, I didn't hear about it. Well, the schools put it together, and I'm not hearing about any others. So, by default, though I'd love to have some competition on that front as well. Bongo with a curious placement for that very first barracks. Certainly not the normal choice, depending on what your definition of that might be. But the barracks definitely in a more forward location. Meanwhile, Fish with a significantly less aggressive intention. He's got the one gate expand, and the probe didn't scout till after the Nexus, which leaves him with a significant lack of information at a very key time. It's almost certainly going to be a Reaper. But back at home, there's the Reaper to start. So this gets you a Reaper in like 5 or 6 seconds quicker, which can spiral. We actually saw this sort of build used by one of the U of M players in the last series. Is he going to slap down the barracks? Or the bunker, rather? Or pretend like this is not something untoward? A severe lack of barracks in the base. There's no barracks at the wall. There's no barracks. There's a command center, which is a little suspicious. The bunker will be built, and it will not be spotted early. And this is quite a kerfuffle to start things off. Bongo jumps into the main. Adept is halfway there. Not quite fully taking advantage of the Reaper, but should get 1 or 2 kills. That's what the proxy gets you most of the time. Needs to keep it alive. Now the bunker will be revealed. Well, it was already revealed.
Your probes are getting owned.
I don't know what I expected. Using one of the announcer packs. Let's see what Bongo's using here. Shield battery's on the way, but the constant pressure trying to kill off some of the probes sneaks around. Don't know where the second, did he lose the second Reaper or just didn't build one? He gets a probe.
Base is under attack.
Default. How mundane. Well, that SCV should be targeted. Tries to... doesn't quite make it back in. Shield battery's completed. Another SCV's headed across, though he might not have noticed it yet. Fish will mitigate this And, oh, almost targets down another probe, but the mild annoyance, the SC, yeah, give him the repair. Now, he could cancel the salvage, nope. Actually gets his 75 minerals back, minus the restocking fee. Another probe dead, but a citizen's arrest, and the probes will be able to surround and kill the Reaper. The wall off, not perfect there, but honestly, Fish handling that about as well as you could. Some painful losses, but the fact that he already has the Nexus on the low ground, already has 33 probes despite all of that, and the fact that Bongo is just now floating his command center down, I think the Wolverine's still in a pretty comfortable position. Single siege tank gets up on top of it. There are some Marines. The SCV's pulled to repair, and you can also unsiege the tank, which felt like no one really acknowledged that for a bit, but good tank micro. No! The Adept who lived gets away with it. Charge is the choice. Just a whole bunch of charge lots in Bongo. Well, he has 3 racks, a medevac on the way. Not getting too greedy at all. May have what it takes to deal with it, but it's going to come down to execution. Seems like he's gearing up to deal with Blink Stalkers, which is the normal follow-up in this matchup, but charge lots can be a significantly more difficult wrinkle to try to smooth out. So the first Warp Prism is on there. I say first, maybe last. Warp Prism is on its way across. A scan will spot a suspicious amount of gateways. But will we be able to put this sort of map together? As the Prism charge is done. The gateway's opened up. He's ready to defend the natural, but the main base is wide open. The charge lots in the mineral line. The boys are pre-pulled, and another warp it is really going to crush the hopes here. The Zealots now. The siege tank's helping out. Some of the charge lots straying forward. He actually comes down the ramp, which... Oh, no, target fires his own supply depot, but honestly, no, it's still bad. It's still very bad. Is there stim? Yes. Actually didn't hit the stims. Another wave. A dozen SCVs dead. He's going to pull the boys to deal with it. Combat shield will be taken out. Stim is done. But with the SCVs in front, there's a better chance. The medevac's entirely out of energy, but Bongo just keeps his cool and holds. Loses a significant percentage of his economy, but not the game. Fish didn't have much of a follow-up, only after the entire attack was shut down, adding on the robotics bay. So clearly relying on getting critical damage done, and make no mistake, it was a lot of damage. And the siege tank gonna be helping him get some more. He's trying to, yeah, he's gonna zealot bomb. 5 SCVs dead. The damage adding up still. There's no third Nexus, which, well, it appears the rest of the SCVs will be the price. The War Prism gets taken out. A great start. A single Colossus is on the way, but a single Colossus might not be enough. The boys are headed across the map. The robotics facility is directly at the front. Everything on the line. A couple sentries warped in. Colossus halfway done. A single shield battery, another one behind. That robotics facility, finishing that Colossus is possibly the only thing. Oh, the force fields will keep him at bay. Funneling through. He already used the energy recharge. Colossus seconds away. The Zealots, most of the SCVs are stuck behind awkwardly here. Yanks them back. Colossus pops out. +1 infantry weapons is done. The Zealots stutter stepping forward, trying to dive on the Colossus. A lot of damage being done. The tank will siege up mid-fight. A few more charge lots. Target fire. Getting a little distracted. The charge lot's not on top of the tank, though. That tank... A mule will drop. I don't think it was BM. I think he was trying to actually block him from moving out. The Terran army, 23 SCVs dead. No more Colossi in production. He tries one. That's a bit optimistic. Meanwhile, the pylon trying to chase it down. The shield battery's holding. It's holding. The probes are pulled. It's holding. That one Colossus stands against everything. And so far, it's still standing tall. Colossus with 24 kills. But the tank is still there. There's a couple more gates in the main. More damage done. The Marines being incinerated. Micro's back. Shield battery's depowered. Lifts up, he's gonna try to drop on the Colossus itself. Take it out one unit at a time! It's working! He's holding! Bongo with 3 SCVs! But the Colossus who wouldn't die! Micro's back. There's still the unsieged tank! Reinforcements! More coming in! The tank at the back, if he could just boost it forward! More gates being rebuilt, but Bongo! 38 kill Colossus! The shields he picks up. And by the skin of his non-existent Protoss teeth, Fish holds. That one Colossus. It's still a vulnerability in the tank. Yeah, there we are. The tank, the shield stripped away. The robotics facility is gone. He still has the Robo Bay. Bongo trying to rebuild his economy from below scratch. Mules will drop. But there's still 32 probes. Fish still has the... I don't know where these guys are going, but there's no anti-air here. He warps in some stalkers now, trying to juggle a single siege tank. But the Colossus with 38 kills. I think he's done it. With the charge lots here, the stalkers... and able to boost away. Bongo, so close. Yet, one Colossus. Little did even I know how critical it would be. The siege tank, sieging on the high ground, could be targeted, gets a shot. Individually microing the Marines to draw the Colossus fire. Actually doing a great job of it. He's juggling into the medevacs. The Colossus will recall. 44 kills now, but Bongo manages to split his Marines and mitigate the damage somewhat. Still down to 14 SCVs. Every unit but the Colossus died. But 44 kills and counting. The robotics will be rebuilt after half the game and then some. It's not real, he realizes. But double Robo. Fish is up to 45 probes. It's almost impossible to overcome this sort of deficit now. He doesn't know about the third. If he had knocked down the economy more significantly, but Fish managed to keep the probes and the second Nexus alive. Seeing that many probes and the fact he's transferring to a third, I believe we're going to pull the rest of the boys again. The supplies are as close as they're ever going to get at this stage. Another medevac on the way. Desperation. Extended thermal lance for the singular Colossus, though mine is much further along. And, well... he's back up to 6 gateways. A few zealots will be split off. It's still the hero. And out in front, that one Colossus. The shield battery being drained. Colossus has to get dangerously close. Another one's in production. Some of the zealots are cut off. And it doesn't get any easier. I think he's done it. A single zealot back at home. Bongo knows how desperate of a situation he's in. But one Colossus held it down for about 7 minutes straight. But there's about to be 3 of them. Bongo making some Vikings, not willing to just throw his feet directly into the fire quite yet. And if it was just the one, just the Colossus with 34 HP and never to get more, with 44 kills, then maybe, but it's not. Few more zealots caught. No upgrades at all for Fish. Just the +1 infantry weapons for Bongo. We're 13 minutes in. A double drop will be a split. Oh, wait. The probe was scouting for hidden bases, but it'll find a medevac if he was looking for it, at least. There is no blink. It just started on seeing all this. But he did spot the medevacs. A few units warped in, trying to chase the army on the field. The Colossus will be hit. The Stalkers not targeting the medevac. He drops back. The Vikings on the open field, but the Marauders aren't enough. Micros back the Marines. The hero Colossus will live. Everyone else will die. Another Colossus at the natural. He picks up, he gets out. 46. Hallucinates 2 of them. Sure, why not? Those Colossi might be halluc, but I think you are lost. Oh no, the one Viking! But it's hitting the hallucinated Colossus. 48. 52. He knows which one is the one. But, well, it dies! It dies! Oh no, wait a second. Oh no, oh no. Oh no! Fish! He was so focused on the front, he just lost all the probes in the natural! He's gonna lose 2 more Colossi! The gaping chasm of victory is one that he's quickly navigating into the tiny peephole of potential defeat. Oh no! 16 more SCVs dead. He's targeting the medevac. The charge lots come back. It's not going to make it any easier chasing down some of the stalkers. He managed to lose 4 Colossi. The armies of... Oh no! The boys are back in town. Fish is building 2 more Colossi. And he's gonna need them. Everyone, the economy is gonna be battered back down. The SCV's pulled. Those 2 Colossi. He's gonna need another hero in this very heroic game. Oh no, the target fire's a little off center. But there's just not enough, right? He's gonna pick up a unit. GG! In by far the hardest fought game of the day. Fish manages to hold on to his advantage despite his significant attempts to throw it away. Let's see who our hero was. Fish managed to go from a double army... Well, both sides at one point managed to go from twice the army value to less. Senator Wallace the Warrior, with 51 kills, 33 Marines, 12 SCVs, a siege tank, 2 Marauders, 2 Mules, and Hellion.
Hell, it's about time.
The heroes were the game maker.
All right. Well, that was game 1. Best of 3. So, University of Washington is currently playing Columbia right now. That's online. Well, I mean, whoever's playing right there in front, but... So that is why there seems to be some intensity. All right, and when Bongo's ready, here we go. Game 2. Fish barely holds on to a 1-0. What a game, though. gives him the heart to start in the top left for the Rochester Institute of Technology Tigers. We have Bongo, the Terran in orange, up against the University of Michigan Wolverines. Yeesh. Protoss in blue. Both on the knife edge of that game. The charge lot all in looked like it was going to be a game ender. Right up until it didn't. Definitely overcommitted. Left with almost nothing back at home, but a single Colossus. A legendary hero. Stepped from the robotics facility just seconds before it was needed. And it carried him all the way to the end. Of course, like any tragic hero, it died right before victory. But Bongo still seemed very dangerous the entire time, really embodying that sort of never give up Terran, unwilling to acknowledge defeat even with 3 SCVs. And you know what? I think his point was validated, as it really came back down to it. If he had 4 SCVs, he might have won the game eventually. So, really. Huh. Well. A curious choice for that second pylon. Probe on SCV action. Micro's back, but the severe lack of Nexus is the relevant point. Again, Bongo going for the command center in the main planet. Kinda safe. Is it a proxy row? You like that Colossus was so... Sure, not 1, but twice as many robos. Double robo proxy. And already a bunker on the way, but Bongo's probably expecting like a 2-gate. Like some early stalker aggression, you know, the usual fancy flavors. But no. Indeed, it is a proxy robo of all things. So this requires quite a direct response. The Adept, the Reaper, barely out of range. He gets a full scout. He sees he sees 2 pylons, but oh, he spotted it. The robos were spotted. The SCV scouted. And now what? Starport is on the way. 2 Immortals in production. The cheese has been smelt. And now we'll see if he's confident in how it's dealt. I'm here all night. Orbital. He abandoned the bunker, which is a bold move. He saw both robos, right? Yes. He saw 2 robos. He's like, you know what I don't need is a bunker. Interesting. Though the bunker could get in the way of some of the micro and won't stand up for very long against the Immortals at all. He's going to have to pull the boys, I think. Well, here they come. The siege tank is walled in! Oh, he has to lift his orbital. I mean, that split second could make all the difference, but here comes the grenade. He... Oh, gets dangerously close. Tries to... And using the Adept Shade. The siege tank being walled in with the orbital almost screwed him out of the entire game. There's a Viking. Unfortunately, losing both supply depots is a hard supply block for Bongo. There's no anti-air, though. The Warp Prism is quite a threat, but he has to warp in. The Warp Prism just pretends like it never knew anything, and then just flies away. As obviously the Viking could just take it out, but the Stalker will challenge that. A second siege tank in production. 3 Immortals. With the Warp Prism to potentially juggle or just drop them on top. You can't drop them on top. That's not going to work. Okay. There's enough Marines here. He actually built this. He uses both barriers. Though that Warp Prism is the lifeline. The Immortal's getting dangerously close. A second siege tank. He doesn't have vision of it. He doesn't see it. The Warp Prism. He yanks him out just in time. But he may lose the Prism. Good micro out of Bongo. And he bongos that warp prism right into the units lost. Are we gonna pull the boys again? Sure, why not? Fish, thinking about expanding now. Oh, blasting. The siege tank. He gets one, he gets two. The Immortals, mostly living up to their name, blasting their way past. A fourth Immortal comes up. Tries to takes down the Viking. The siege tank saved at the last second. Great micro. What a thing! Backing off. The SCV's taking all the damage. And remember those robos, without them, what else is there? Stutter stepping back, but Immortals are actually really mediocre at killing SCVs. He's chrono boosting out more Immortals, but here come the Terrans. He's gonna have maybe one more? How many gates? One gates. So, unfortunately, yeah, that siege tank, he's gonna need the most perfect Immortal micro just to try to save this. Oh, the juggling on both sides! The Clown Fiesta continues! And there's nothing else to hit besides the Immortals. Another Immortal pops out. Juggling, oh, loses one! Trying to build two more, which, well, one Robo might be taken out. He actually sieged up the tank. Beautiful grenade to keep the Immortal back. And just abandons it entirely. Back at home, Fish has 700 minerals! Expanding now is certainly optimistic. Yanks back. I think Bongo's done it. A scan will spot the Nexus just starting, and that'll be a weight off his shoulders. A single Immortal. He's trying to build, well, his hard supply block. The SCVs are on the run. And he's decided to just send it. All right, we're just going to send the SCVs across. Is there any hope of holding this? Absolutely not. But you can't just tap out, so it is currently one Immortal and one Stalker against 4 siege tanks, 14 Marines, 2 Medevacs, a Reaper, and the vast majority of 23 SCVs. So he triggers the barrier. Yeah, good luck. Have fun, and GG. Yeah, nah. Jugga, here we... Okay. Drops the Immortal off and then taps out. Mongo strikes back for the Tigers. And we're all tied up. Quite a game. Fish with quite a bold strategy with the double Robo Immortal and nothing else. May have forgotten this wasn't Protons versus Protons, but Mongo with the solid defense. A siege tank timing and placement, and the juggling on the Medevacs. Another roller coaster. Yeah, the worker count. Yeah, the tank juggling. Very hard to do perfectly. And because both tanks and Immortals are instant, like, hit scan units, I guess. Fun fact, dropships, units are facing the direction the dropship is when they drop out. Like Warp Prisms and Medevacs. This usually isn't too relevant, but in this exact scenario, it was very relevant. Keeping them facing the right direction while juggling both units. That was actually the most important scenario for both sides. Take advantage of that. Here we go. Mothership will be game 3. The referee should be able to switch the colors. I don't know why they can't. Off we go. To the mothership. Our 3-player map, which, based on how these games have gone, I have no idea who that favors. It's harder to commit to an early all-in. But it could be even more effective because it's less likely to be scouted. So, we'll see. Bongo in the top right for the Rochester Institute of Technology. And Fish to the south for the University of Michigan Wolverines. 1-1. Some close series. All day. I have no predictions. Clearly Bongo a more typical, more standardized Terran. Terrans pride themselves on not standing out in him. But incredibly well executed. Great micro. And read the build immediately. Whereas Fish, a bit more of a free spirit on the hero school of Forrest Gumpy and Protoss who can't think good. Normal. No, standard. There, I got it. The originality is well appreciated, but does it always pay off against a more tried and true sort of methodology? Gonna block the command center on the low ground, but will Bongo go for it again? He's gonna spot the base in a quote-unquote correct timing. Gets another pylon on the low ground. Workers dueling. Uh-oh. 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 Danger zone! Ho-ho! That's a lot of damage. Emotionally and physically. Losing that first probe to an SCV. Clearly getting a little distracted on the other side. Though Bongo did still expand in the main. Reaper's on the way across. Stalker, he did go Cybercore before Nexus, which does allow you to have that little bit of extra time. Of course, it cuts into the economy, same as building the command center on the high ground. But it looks like neither player going to be able to pull off any sort of super early shenanigans this time around. All of the buildings are in their own base. This is a unique experience. Again, not sure who it favors. The Reaper on the high, really? That was just spiteful. And, oh, the Reaper gets a little distracted. 1 HP. And there's actually no other units right now because the reactor just finished. You can just come up the ramp, which is always a little risky, but there's nothing there. Not that the what is the Stalker going to break its way in? No, but Barracks 2 and 3 on the way. Though, what? Oh, starts a starport. I think he realized he was missing one there after a moment. Twilight Council. Blink, the Twilight Council part of the semi-wall. Stalker. Gonna be chased by a second Stalker. This problem is escalating, as 2 Stalkers will be able to micro against all of this for quite a bit. Tries to get onto the high ground. But the Reaper, everybody very uncomfortable, but technically no one but that one probe has died. Even a little supply blocked. And now the command center is yet to even move to the low ground. It looks like another 2-base timing on Bongo, where the boys very well could be pulled. I mean, not like this, but maybe a little. 1 SCV taken out. Another one. Getting more and more complicated. That siege tank is finally out. Gonna try to block the base for a moment. And the tank, well, will be spotted. There's 4 Stalkers now, which is enough to take out Marines in a single volley. So far, Fish able to keep a lot of pressure on. A scan. A robo and a second gate on the way. A medevac's done. And now the question for Bongo is how much he wants to commit. As he's already been slowed down pretty significantly by the early Stalker micro. A scan in both the main and the natural is a bit of a panic move for a Terran who has a grand total of 2 scans of energy. Trying to make sure he's dealing with what he thinks it is, and indeed it is. When you scan too much, you cut into your own economy because that energy could have been used for mules. You may feel a little bit safer, but at what cost? Fish moving up with the Blink Stalkers. Already has charge and a Robo Bay as well as a Forge on the way. So, not slowing down. Wow, really tucked in here. Is there... Observers of... Oh, Warp Prism is added in. The Tech Lab is in a pretty vulnerable location. The Reaper is spotted. The Stalker's just hanging out. He can blink into the main with the other ones, making sure there are no siege tanks here, and indeed, no tanks to be seen. The tank is all the way on the other side of things, though the Warp Prism gets a little ahead of itself. Good micro so far. Not great, but good for both sides. Fish doesn't get caught. Bongo doesn't get punished too much for having the siege tank out of position. He backs off. Stim is now done. The Observer gonna spot all this. Just chilling over everything. Does he see it? I believe he did. Realizing that there might be a threat in the main. How many gates? 2, going on 3. He's actually he doesn't have nearly enough gates. Like, 3 gates is not gonna cut it. He's got 1/1 upgrades, a Colossus on the way, but he's gonna be very late on the actual unit production. The Stalkers are ready to move in. Bongo. Technically, well, the Warp Prism's in the main base now, just as he moves out. That Observer giving him a perfect timing to deal with this. Picks up a double drop to chase back into the main. Might be able to cut off the Warp Prism itself. Recalls it out before the Marines get an opportunity. Well played by Fish to buy himself a little bit more time. Desperately needs more gateways. Starting to realize that now. He simply doesn't have that much production. But again, the army's moving out. 49 to 41 army supply. There's 1 Colossus going on 2. Extended Thermal Lance is halfway done. +1 armor is completing momentarily. Fish is very well aware this army's coming out. The Medevac's stuck out in front of everything. 1 gets snapped up. Siege tank. Whole bunch of charge lots mixed in. 1/1 upgrades just started for Bongo, which, significantly behind the Protoss. Warp Prism finds another opportunity, and this could undercut all the efforts. Charge lots in the back. The dagger that makes it so difficult to deal with. The SCVs are pulled, and Bongo, well, he's going... There's no good choices now. He's going back. Though he's increasingly less to go back to, unfortunately. Fish with a perfect timing on that charge lock counter. The Observer, well, spotted everything. He's gonna come back in for another round. 3rd Command Center is on the way. The factory just kind of patrolling off to the side, spotting for prisms. Unfortunately, the prisms are in the natural again. Now Fish has the army to beat, though there is potential to struggle here. It really depends on the placement. The Colossi are very dangerous, but the Warp Prism, it survives. Meanwhile, a drop in the back. Only warps in charge lots, so won't be able to take this out too early. But for now, heads towards the main base. Just used a full warp in, just doing some wild drifting towards the main. The air blocker certainly getting in the way of things. Could depower or take out the forges outright. Might be worth the effort. Meanwhile, a couple Marauders meet and greet. No, the Colossi! The Colossi stumble forward! The Stalkers with a disproportionate response, but at least 1 Colossus was taken out as he split off the Stalkers and then just kind of yeeted everything else. Oh no! Another one, but Bongo doesn't notice in time. And it will survive for now. Both sides clearly in a stressful situation. The Colossi will stand, and that's way too many gateway units now. Bongo unable to get the damage done. And Fish About to drown him in Protoss. The Wolverines look like they're going up 1-0. GG. Holds it together. The more typical Blink timing. Was a little stressful, but almost decisive game. Even the first couple Stalkers making a big difference. Honestly, the fact he saw the expansion, chose to expand on the high ground, just really cut into the potential economy. Now we'll see. What do we got up next? I'm not sure if we have... University of Washington versus Columbia is happening. We're not updating game by game, but... both playing separate opponents right now. Trying to figure out who's up next. Fish carrying his team pretty well. Almost thrown it away. The double robo, I guess if it doesn't get scouted, but it was certainly a bold build. B-Stream is on for the losers bracket as well. If you want to get all the games... see if this works. Did that work? SC2 at UW. I get it now. I get it done. Can link it in the YouTubes as well for those interested. Doing some interviews, or just chilling. I'm not sure which one, but unfortunately we don't have time to cover all the matches of each of them, as there are 5 schools going at it. I'm not sure how they determine the initial brackets. Might just be random. Oh. Here we go. I think Haru was on... Wait. Haru is the U of M player. Mudkip Master. Now the question is there a single Zerg, or do people just... Hey, you guys looking forward to some Terran versus Protoss? Well, have I got the matchup for you. It's like most online tournaments. I'm sure we can give them both classic. Rhino Zerg? Because that's like having another class, alright? I don't know, maybe there's some... We saw Boot, but Fish also played Zerg in the team game, so... All right, off we go. Mudkip Master up against Aru. University of Michigan up 1-0. And in the top left, the Terran in blue, the maize in blue. University of Michigan Wolverines. We got Haru up against the Rochester Institute of Technology's Protoss in the orange. Mudkip Master. Where are you going? And the Terrans with quite a trend throughout many of the games so far. A bit more focused on the potential early aggression. And by that I mean it's a proxy Rex. Now, fortunately for Mudkip, he is opting for the Reaper Wall, which should shut this down pretty hard. I'm just going to speculate, all right? So generally, Zerg is just kind of depressing to play at the non-Cero levels. And that's just personal opinion, unfortunately. And if you haven't already been choosing for years and you're more of a newer player, which if you're in college now, probably is likely, not surprised to see a bit more bias towards the Terrans and Protoss, which are, you know, if you study, you could execute a build. Same isn't necessarily true for their squishier counterparts. The probe? Well, it's scouring, and it finds it. It is a proxy Rex, but we've had first proxy. Have we had second proxy? Now, he doubles down. There's a factory on the way. So, interestingly, you could use the barracks as high ground. There's a lot of variety of shenanigans that we could see here. It's now clearly spotted. He knows, but he doesn't know about the factory, so... The Reaper's gonna get in, even before the Adept finishes, as the proxy kind of allows. There goes one. A few probes pulled off the line. And, oof, another one. 2 is acceptable, though not fun. A starport on the way as well. Now we see. He's got a robo on the way, but this seems very much designed. In fact, the Reaper Wall might not even be an issue here. In fact, it might be a boon. The fact that the Reaper Wall is in such a vulnerable location, something like, who proxies a tank? All right. There's a siege tank on the way. Adepts will scout. There's more Marines, but he doesn't know. He knows about the barracks. He doesn't know about the rest. And that is a lot. There's, it's quite a quandary here. The robotics facility is done. 2 adepts at a and he's going to be using potential high ground vision. Here come the adepts. He's going to spot this pylon. Artosis feeling something in his bones now. The Reaper will get caught, but it should become pretty clear what's happening here momentarily. An Immortal's on the way, but the medevac. Oh, golly gee. The Reaper Wall used against the Protoss. The siege tank will reposition, though maybe close enough to hit from the high ground. Is it? I don't know if I can't tell what's happening down there, but it's not good for the Protoss, clearly. Yeah, a well-executed, good old-fashioned siege tank. Oh my! Oh, disgustingly beautiful. And well, and he has got a SCV in there. He's bunker rushing the main base. And that's that. Mudkip unable to flap his way out of that situation. Wow. Our most concise game so far. Now, here's the thing. It's still dangerous, even if there isn't the Reaper Wall, but if there is the Reaper Wall, it becomes a liability. A great build choice, and everything just kind of worked out for him. Went perfectly. Disgusting. Well done. I now see why you chose that map. Yeah, sorry. Sparkle Hands apologizes for Haru's antics. I do feel like he may have done that on many other maps, though that one is pretty obvious why it could work. There are several maps where you could do very similar things. I guess that one is probably the easiest, because you have the mineral wall blocking you from sneaking around. Tourmaline. Let's give him the Mira's Marauder skins. I think he deserves it after that mercenary cheese. Here we go. Haru. We'll see how long it takes the SCVs to come out of the base. That was a filthy one. And it all went perfect for him, too. Like, it could not have been scripted better for him. But, up 1-0 for the University of Michigan Wolverines. In the blue, the Terran. It's Haru. Up against the Rochester Institute of Technology's very own Mudkip Master. Gonna go for the Reaper Wall again. Not going to be exploited, at least so early on this time, as not a single SCV has been sent out of the base. Very notable, considering. Shutting down the early Reaper, of course, as we just saw. A Macarex. A hidden barracks just to stress out the Protoss. A strategy that for 16 years has been used to stress everyone out. But before, it used to guarantee a bunker rush if you didn't see a Rex. But then we had the genius idea, Maca, which was like his only claim to fame, but, you know, he started it. Was like, what if I just built it right outside my base and then they freak out and then I float the barracks back in? And that, yeah. And you know what? It worked great. And honestly, doing it right now after such a decisive action last game, this is strategery at its finest and most disgusting. He pulls back and hiding the SCV from the probe, who is not even thinking about this at all. Probe is sent out. Already thinking, well, okay, so it's going to be 3 gates on 1 base. He is correct. It's going to be 1 base aggression. Haru does have 2 gases, so that gives away the early factory and the focus on tech. So it's not like he's entirely wrong to build multiple gates early and try to defend, but he may be suspecting something a bit more forward. Having 3 gates is not going to be a bad call, though, either. So this will be an interesting... Yeah, that Reaper showing up from that direction might give some of this away. Taking a look around. Reaper. That's a wall, right? Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, 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 that's a weapons grade oof right there. The Stalker just gives up. He's like, I don't want to play anymore. I hate Reapers so much. I don't know. The Stalker just stopped moving as he contemplated the situation. Oh no, 4 kills. 1 pixel could have prevented all but one of them, but... See, this is why I don't bother Reaper walling. Mostly because I know I'll screw it up, but also because... Yeah. Well, that's certainly a subpar start. God. Oh no. Disaster. Bunkers in the main. Oh, maybe overestimating the key. Ah. Is that a warp prism? A warp prism in production. He anticipated correctly. Unfortunately, a hard supply block for Mudkip. And the chances of getting a lot of early aggression done here is dwindling. Though, Haru still only has the 111. That Destiny Cloud Fizz, the barracks, the factory, the starport. It's... He's got the siege tanks, he's got all the fixins, but he's just not going to have that many units. So there is a chance of breaking through. With only the 1 rack, certainly. Where's that prism? Eventually. Well, here we are. The SCV out in front, anticipating something exactly like this. He's gonna... Oh, he caught a glimpse. And even hallucinated some zealots. Trying to put him in front, but he gives away a bit of an extra timing here. And, just walks right past onto the tank. Though, well, I mean... There's another siege tank on the high ground. Doesn't kill he got the tank, but another one just popped out. The Viking will be repaired. Well, didn't actually repair the bunker to full either, which is something. There's a Twilight Council. Viking. Oh, getting... The War Prism taking a lot of damage, but it will survive. Yank some stalkers in. Observer spotting for all this. The siege tank just slightly out of position. Does not want to lose that prism. The observer will spot all the tanks. There's no break in this. He might be able to use the tanks against the SCVs. Yeah, that's the plan. But adepts do not have a long lifespan for anyone. Observer. Barely take... Well, it would have put force into the bunker. So, Mudkip, he's got charge on the way. He's got a bunch more gates. And only now is Haru really getting his production. So, the siege tank juggling... Getting some of that, you know... Not ideal. Warp Prism knocked out of the sky. And suddenly, any chance of keeping the Terran anchored at home is well, mostly gone. A scan will spot the Templar archives and another gate. Just seeing the Templar timing is probably going to inspire a more forward move. And sure, the boys, why not? It is currently 7 Zealots and 4 Stalkers against 5 Siege Tanks, 22 Marines. Make that 3, make that 2, make that 1 Stalkers. Make that none Stalkers.
He's dead, Jim.
Storm optimistic. The boys are on the way. It's just charge lots, no upgrades. Storm is way too far off. If he had a few, maybe. But no. Setting up the bunkers. The charge lots have to file through. The siege tanks are the best Protoss unit right now. Not nearly enough. Haru will be stimming his way through and doing his absolute best to keep us on schedule here. One Archon. GG. Haru takes it. U of M 2-0. Exactly 261 APM apiece, but wasn't enough overall. A little bit of a chit. Now, the Reaper wall being not was certainly... Oh, that's rough. It happens, and it feels horrible each time. That's just so rough. Oof. But we'll see who's up next. I'll be back in a minute. But make sure to check out the B stream as well for University of Washington versus Columbia. SC2 at UW. I think that worked again. Oh wait, I can't give another shot. Well, you can figure it out. Just the link. It's not that hard. But, all right, while we get set up for the next one. One moment. Hmm. 3v3 Archon. All right. We're back to Archon mode. You've crushing it with the last one. Clearly delegating their Terran counterparts. This Archon match is less confusing. I don't think it was very confusing. They just cyberbullied them out of the game super hard. With individually controlled Terran units. Really compound. No, Angry Coach doesn't come back, not because I have regular coaching, but kind of stopped Angry Coach because every single time, even when I offered it for free, was like, here's a replay from 6 months ago where I battlecruiser rushed, which got old after 0 games. That was about... Every once in a while we'd find someone who actually played this season, but mostly people who just wanted to make fun of them but haven't actually played the game. My Angry Coaching is you have to play the game for me to look at it and even think about coaching, which... You know, everyone we've seen today maybe applies, but... Team's ready to go. The players are drawn. I do think going past 3v3 with Archon mode does... cut into the potential to actually play Archon, as we saw the Delegated Depot Razor in the 5v5. It was a bit much. Speaking of our Delegated Depot Razor, we have 2-5 boy back. Gonna be Terran. We'll see if they stick with the Terran. I wouldn't be surprised. Do think that's the best shot. Bongo, I think, is playing for the wrong team right now. Trying to slip in and sabotage, which he could very much do if he was at the wrong team. As that's how Archon goes. Oh yeah, Bongo, probably their best player, was a Terran. I know people were clamoring for more Terran versus Protoss, though, so... Like, they thought for a second we might not have a Terran versus Protoss match, and they got real rustled up at me. So, I'm glad to bring you a Terran versus Protoss. But in Archon mode, for those just joining who don't know, because dropped off pretty quick, it's 1v1, but 3 players are able to control the units, or however many players are on the team, on either side. So, that means...
Resubscription confirmed. Automatically relaying thanks.
About time I get to catch a stream.
That means that, I could see, might not work. Yeah, we're ready. All right, there you go. U of M in person. Coordinating. Rochester. I assume coordinating somehow. We're going to find out. These players were probably in kindergarten when SC2 released. White Rabbit will be the map. And our combined team for the University of Michigan Wolverines in the blue and bottom left. Haru, Sparkle Hands, and 2-5 Boy. And in the top right, for the Rochester Institute of Technology Tigers, we have Bobek, Mudkip Master, and Bongo. We'll see. Combined APMs, combined actions. A great recipe for really finding out who your true friends are and who was just pretending. As it's very easy to trip over one another when it comes to issuing actions. Ah, yes, so it begins. Making sure everyone has their job. We've got our designated elbow grease refiller working on the depot pushing. Making sure that it's working great for when the one adept comes by. As we compete to see who can hold down the keys more. Unfortunately, Protoss, you don't have anything that can really... We do see the selection all over the place, but... The probe. Oh, the depot was lowered at the wrong time. 2-5 Boy, you had one job. I'm assuming it's 2-5 Boy. Let's see. Indeed. Wait, no. No one has the depot hotkeyed. So they're manually clicking it. Ah, we're back. Just selecting it. Looks like the probe brought a some googly eyes in a very uncomfortable spot. Meanwhile, Cybercore's finishing up. Reaper's on the way across. And we'll see who's microing. Haru will be the micro player for the Reaper. Gonna dart in. Let the Stalkers out in time. The probe actually dodges into the assimilator. He comes back around for it, but the Stalker matches it. And, well, gets driven out without a single kill. An auspicious trying out that, making sure the other depot's all limbered up. Reaper, almost caught by the Stalker. Heads the other way, but the Stalker, cutting it off. Gets around the corner. The chase is on, but eventually the Reaper will slip away. The Stalker's... Thank you. No! God. Starboard finishing up. And a Banshee, a strong choice. Meanwhile, the Reaper comes back around and survived and might be able to pick off its first probe. Now one. And no Stalkers in sight. Finally, one coming down the ramp, but that's going to be two. But wait, there's more. The Stalker coming around the wrong side. Gets a target. That's three. Looking for another one. Can he get out too? Absolutely not. 4 kills on the Reaper. So... I can't think. Hallucinated Phoenix. Though they don't know that for sure. It's kind of implied. Meanwhile, Blink is almost done, though. And it will be done slightly before Cloak for the Banshees. I believe there's a Robo. There is indeed a Robo. Get some shots on the first Banshee. Cyclone locks on. It won't stop. Somebody's just doing it. He's just holding it down. He's literally just holding it down. You can tell it's 1,000 APM of depot raising. Even if it doesn't do it that much, the action is being registered. That's what's... He's got whatever the repeat rate of the keyboard is, depot raising. Well, no. The Blink Stalkers have him bottled up. And quite a coherent blink into charge back at home. Not gonna risk it. Already spotted the Banshees, so aware of the potential threat. The Stalkers, nah, it's optimistic. Gonna juggle it back. Who do we got? We got Bongo? Bongo, the top-level Terran, microing for the Protoss. Though, we saw him juggling that medevac, and a Warp Prism is technically easier in many ways. So all of the, you can tell he's a high-level player by the epileptic seizure that you get by watching him control things.
Your props are under attack. Very important not to lose.
Unfortunately, the Banshees will be able to slip by. The Observer not quite in place. Probes tripping up the Stalkers. 9 kills, 10 kills, 11 kills, 12. They got a little counter for me, so. Oh no, it's a wall! They walled off! 12 kills and the Banshees get out. And, well, unfortunately, Terran units yet again finding a lot of success when individually controlled in a way that almost nothing else. Oh, the SCVs really has a chance to. That Banshee micro was perfect. The setup, unfortunately, the pylon walling off the Blink Stalkers is actually, oh, he might, nope, backs off. The Stalkers. Stim combat shield and +1 infantry weapons on the way. Now, Rochester with, well, they recovered with the probes. And the third base was denied for quite a bit. Trying to micro their way out of the siege tanks, but unfortunately, that many Stalkers is not going to be enough. Terran build coming together, I believe. Sparkle Hands handling the macro, Haru the micro, and 2-5 Boy the depots. I think he's actually also building the depots, but you know. Okay. That's why it's his job. The Banshees. There's an Observer, but they were repaired. They're not done yet. There's an Observer on each base. They finally get cornered. 20 probes dead to a Reaper, and finally some feedbacks. And with a concerted effort, eventually the Banshees are knocked out of the sky, and their reign of terror has ended. The grand total, 20 probes. Mostly from the Banshees, the Reaper doing its part. Warp Prism headed for the main, and 3 Marines. It was spotted. Pings come out. Bongo.
Time to show your opponent who is boss here.
Handling the Warpins. Oh no, the Warp Prism goes down. The army coming together. A lot of the army is committed to the natural, which means most of it is not in this fight. None of the siege tanks getting involved. There is a storm. The zone's out for now. The rest is coming down, but a successful attack thus far, though, runs the... Oh, the EMP! Oh, no. A disaster. It went from dangerous to disastrous. The EMP slammed into the Templar. Oh, yeah, good luck with that. A very optimistic recall. Oh, there was a Widow Mine drop that killed 6 probes? Apparently, probes are being rallied into the army. Oh, no. 7 probes. It's a massacre. Charge lock counter. We'll see if they can delegate who's at home to defend. The bunker should be... And the depots will raise when they needed it most. What a play. Spending his entire 5 minutes straight preparing for that moment. And he comes through. The Templar. Taking down these Stalkers to be able to maneuver. A feedback, but the EMP lands on the Templar, forces the Archon merge. Archon's not gonna make it. Optimistic warping. Still only 3 bases for Terran, but I think University of Michigan not too unhappy with that. Potential for a drop in the main, or they just go directly for the army. There's 1 storm ready. 1 storm is not enough. Diving through. The Stalker's just on the other side. Gonna lift the orbital command. Gets into the main. The charge lot's doing what they can. EMP on the Templar. There's 1 more storm ready. About as good as it can get. A disruptor pops out. Disruptor goes down. Lifespan of about a quarter second. The attempt at a counterattack with +2 weapons is now done for the Terran. The boys are pulled to protect the siege tanks. And there's just not enough being done here. The Wolverines just ripping them apart. Templar Archives. Robo Bay. There was a oh yeah, there was a Robo. And University of Michigan ends up with a decisive victory. Made them work for it a bit, but the Reaper and Banshees clearly finding a lot of success. The delegation. Well done. Everyone focused on their important jobs. You got the micro, you got the macro, you got the depots. The 3 food groups of Terran. And currently on the B stream is Columbia versus Washington. Not sure what the score is over there. It would be a bit unfortunate for Washington to get knocked out first of the tournament they're hosting. So, just for that fact, I am rooting for them. As it is being held in person at the University of Washington. So... Tourmaline for game 2. Plenty of time to like and subscribe in between, of course. Thank you for watching. Tomorrow will be even earlier in the day for you non-vampires. Because, believe it or not, they don't let them stay late on Sunday, and I believe U of M has to fly that night, so... Though I think they've already guaranteed their spot in day number 2. Yeah, tomorrow at 2 p.m., so 5 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be having it scheduled, the loser bracket finals, and then the finals after that. So 2 series. I'm not sure if the finals are going to be more games. Oh. Looks like we got 4 on the team now. Or Sparkle Hands is tapping out. Did any pro play a bunch of matches, a bunch of amateurs together in Archon mode? Yeah, it's happened. I think like maybe Hearthstone or something hosted him at point. But the thing is, it's still 1v1. So... adding more players has diminishing returns quite quickly. I know you guys were scared we weren't going to get Protoss versus Terran, so I'm happy to bring you Protoss versus Terran. Except they're switching this time. For only the every time today. Well, we had that one game. I forgot that Washington played Zerg for their first Archon match. And I forgot that, I think, because they died so badly and so horribly, it felt like the game didn't actually happen. Losing about 25 drones before killing a Terran unit. Sorry. And I honestly forgot. I put it out of my mind. It was so bad. And it's not that, I don't think it's really their fault. It's just adjusting to playing Archon mode as Zerg is almost impossible. Unless you've practiced a lot. Adjusting to playing Zerg is almost impossible unless you practice a lot. But I digress. The Protoss in the top left for the University of Michigan Wolverines. This time around trading out Sparkle Hands for E-Maps. We have... No, I already said it. I already said that. In total, E-Maps, Haru, and Fish. Up against now are Terrans in the orange for the Rochester Institute of Technology Tigers. We have Bong +2. Always been interesting with the Archon names being limited to 4. Bobek, Bongo, and Mudkip Master. I see you on the mini-map, nerds. I see you. E-maps. You know, so changing your camera doesn't increase your APM, as crazy as it looks, fun fact. Because you didn't actually do any actions that affect the game. It just looks insane over here. But moving your camera is not an action because it has no impact on the game directly. Just fun fact. If you're looking to pad your APM for your... Well, if you have friends, then your APM is probably still low, but... An interesting choice. I like it. Starting things off with Proxy Reaper. We'll see who gets to control it. I suspect Bongo, but we'll see.
Our SCVs are under attack.
This is crazy. I don't know what's going on with this camera. That's wild.
Our SCVs
Oh.
are under attack. Command
What are the
center
other people
upgrade
doing?
Complete.
Seems like he's microwaving it all. But
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
as he handed off, Bobek controlling the Reaper. Bongo got the build, and Mudkip, I think, home defense against the probes. Jason's down one of them. How does the university join this? Well, there is a Discord on the bracket, and can probably just ask and get in touch with Sparkle Hands or the University of Washington captain. Which it started with the U of M Michigan versus Michigan State matches, which we had for a few years. At one point, many years ago, it was like 4 or 5 different schools, and we did something similar at Michigan State, where U of M and MSU were in person, and then a few other schools joined online. And this is the first time in a few years we've had more than just the inter-Michigan drama, but very cool for Washington to host. So I'd recommend just asking around. When you see Sparkle Hands or something in the chat, usually once a semester we've been doing it. And maybe, if this is successful, people like it, people see about it, make it a regular thing with more schools. Alright, the Zealot shows up. The probe is still inside the base. The barracks floated all the way back home. So a Cyclone's on the way. It's going to be Blink. The Reaper got 2 kills, but it got taken out, which is not an ideal start. They're not repairing the depot, but he lowers it in time. Just the depot will be repaired at the last possible second. Maybe a too many cooks situation there. No one taking responsibility for that depot. You see, the U of M, when they were playing Terran, made sure that this is depot guy. All right? May not be glorious, okay? May not get a lot of recognition, but we clearly could tell that depot guy existed. Maybe too clearly. But, you know what? More credit to depot guy. So I'm not sure actually what... Oh, it's no longer... We also traded... Sorry, 2-5 boy. Also traded them out. For this. Meanwhile, alright, microing with that very first cyclone. Who's responsible? Looks like Mudkip is handling the micro. God, trying to jump between the cameras of people around the same team technically is quite spicy. I'm sorry, YouTube chat. It actually bugged out. I didn't see it. But I hope I answered some. Oh, no. The Blink Stalkers hunt down the first clone. Things coming together for the Wolverines. But there's a siege tank. There's already production. Rochester should have enough to defend the initial Blink aggression without taking too much damage. It's really the question of follow-up past that point. There's a third Nexus already on the way. No charge in production, but additional gates being added on. A robotics facility, but no warp prism, so... Just kind of dancing around the idea here. The Observer allowing some high ground vision, but unlikely to commit. Unless they see them move out, of course. Medevac and a Viking together. Meanwhile, what a setup in the main. Robotics Bay on the way. Charge has begun. Tries to snipe off the medevac, but pulls back in time. Clearly with that high ground vision. Shaving off 1 or 2 Marines. Scan spots the third base already pretty comfortably mining. Which creates some hard decisions for the Tiger Terrans. Third command center starts. More siege tanks, but a fourth Nexus is on the way for U of M. Thinking about it just constantly. Fish, responsible for the blame. Wait, is he not controlling the Observer? He is controlling. Micro's back, but that's his job. He micros the Blink Stalkers. That's what he does. And having someone 100% of the time watching those Stalkers is such a huge deal. Makes it so difficult even for Terrans who are focused on that micro. Oh, the Observer almost micros away in time. But perfect micro so far from Fish, but oh, even gets that Stalker away. So far, not a single Stalker lost, though one of them on the ragged edge of it. Tries to micro back, but a strong glance might be enough. Ooh. The Blinks are perfect. The siege tanks, though, this is quite a push coming together. A single Colossus. They're still contending. Oh, going forward. The charge lots. The tanks are not sieged. A critical mistake. Might need to pick them up and get back, but on either side, the coordination is perfect. The jaws of Protoss closing in. The Terran army still pretty strong, even with unsieged tanks. Microing back, juggles back one tank. The Stalkers blink forward to deal with it. Dragging on top, mitigating a lot of the Colossus fire. But really good micro on both sides. 5 probes dead throughout this, though. A Viking managed to cut into the worker count. They still have quite a lead. Salvaging the situation. The unsieged tank still pretty good. Very good bioball micro. But I think the tie goes to the leader, and economically, the Wolverines still have a lot more going for them. Though just now remembering they need upgrades. That may be the saving grace overall. They already have the double upgrade. Zoned out for a month. +2 infantry weapons is on the way. +1 ship weapons. Observer gets spotted and taken out. A gold base is taken. How many gates? 8 in total. Liberator in production. Ghost Academy, all the fixins. It's coming together. So far, University of Michigan has done a great job of warding away the Terran aggression and taking a huge economic lead. But so far, Rochester really leveraging the easily partitioned groups of Terran. But, oh, the medevac! Survives for now, but I don't think it's going to last much longer. Blink is much quick. Yeah, there it goes. And they'll spot the gold base, realizing, well, that's quite an economic deficit. Ghosts on the way. 81 to 67 workers. And just casually strolling in with some of the gateway units. There goes a medevac. Kind of hung out to dry there. Some zealots on the SCVs pulled away. Some of the bio split off. 6 SCVs dead. Viking just going to hold the watchtower in the center. The main base, Depot Dude. We're off the clock. Unfortunate. Doesn't raise the depot in time, but the snipe helps out against the zealots. A single Liberator, a single Viking sieging up. Still very difficult to deal with efficiently, but the main army just cuts in, and not nearly all the Terrans there to match it. Some probes going down, a single Viking to help out. Distracted by the depots here as well. There's not that many units in front. Might be able to... Oh no, the target for the depots! He loves depots too much! And that might allow the Terrans to slip through and knock down the third Colossus. But at what cost? 37 SCVs dead. Force field. It's not enough. They're gone. G. University of Michigan overcoming the lack of Terran and finding victory as Protoss. The teamwork makes the dream work. And the Wolverines again sweep the Archon matches. A little close, but able to hold it together. And you see the APM plummet without Depot Dude. I gotta say, it doesn't look like University of Washington had a successful experience against Columbia, based on the fact that they seem to pick up their gear and replace it with the fancy RGB keyboards. But we will see. Clearly setting up for something, though. Though I'm excited to find out. Columbia versus Washington did get knocked down. That's unfortunate. So now they just have to play good hosts for tomorrow. We do still have one more match tonight. It's going to be Columbia versus University of California, San Diego. They're having an internal Bronze League Heroes tourney that they're casting. Well, there's something. All right. You know, I kind of want to cast that more, but okay. We haven't covered either University of California or Columbia, so... That's going to be on the B stream channel as well, though I asked for the replays. So maybe if there's some highlights. And this may be one of our only opportunities. I've always said that the reason why Bronze League Heroes is not as common nowadays is because the threshold to know how to send in replays and the lower level the player, the less likely they are to know even what that means. Unlike, say, AoE 2, where every game technically can be seen, no matter how good the player is, 6 APM, we just never see that most pure level of StarCraft, because the simple prerequisite of figuring out how to send in a replay and knowing what Bronze League Heroes is already putting it at a certain level. Always unfortunately disappointing, but there might be an opportunity. And then the finals tomorrow will be, well, now University of Michigan. Wait. Yes, University of Michigan versus the winner of this next match. And for those of you interested in Beyond All Reason, tomorrow is the 70,000 Discord member event where they're dropping the first bit of lore for the game. And they're also doing some of those massive matches if you're looking for something to participate in. I committed to this event well before they scheduled that one. But I'll probably be checking out the replays, which honestly sometimes is a better experience than enjoying the 30% speed of 100 people. But that game has lore. As of tomorrow, we'll find out what it is. What I want to do, Bob? Well, you can just be on sometime tomorrow. I'm not sure the exact. I think it's most of the day. It's not like 24 hours, but so a lot of action. That's what I'm saying. Maybe depending on the timing. We'll cast some of that after. But we're showing up for the University of California. Oh, we got it. All right. Now let's see. I've been hankering for some Terran versus Protoss. But I wonder if we can get some Terran versus Protoss. We have Max. Leaving the packs at home, I guess. So, the logos for the teams. Let's see. They're both blue and yellow. Thank you, Oigo, for gifting to the people. I don't know which one's more blue and which one's more yellow.
I am uncertain. You deserve that. I am uncertain you deserve that. I am uncertain you deserve that. I am uncertain you deserve that.
Thank you very much, Oigo. Now, a lot of people are wondering if we could just get rid of everyone but Protoss. And I like to... And here I'm happy to bring you The most pure. The other stream had Zergon, but weren't they Bronze League heroes? And didn't they lose? Now, neither of these have clan tags, so I don't know which one's which. Wait. Losers finals. Yes, the winner of this match, not this, but this series of matches, will be playing against Rochester tomorrow, and then winner of that against University of Michigan, the grand finals. Protoss versus Protoss. Off we go. Oh. Off we don't. Here we go. The elimination match for the Columbia University Lions. The Protoss in the blue. We have Nat. We really saved on the character limit on this match. And up against him, his counterpart for the University of California, San Diego. And apparently this is true, the Tritons. Or, like, the mascot is King Triton. I don't know if it's the Tritons or... I'm looking this up again. Yes, Tritons. It's pretty sick, though. In the yellow, it's Max. And we can't confirm it isn't Max Packs, because no one can. Well, I guess there are probably some people who can, but, like... Meanwhile... in person at University of Washington, Michigan, debating their strategies for tomorrow. Some Bronze League heroes battling it out. If you haven't yet checked out the B stream, they've got the best of the rest. SC2, I'm doing the shout out command at UW on Twitch, is the stream. So you can enjoy the clown fiesta of Protoss versus Protoss and the antics of less experienced players as well. I'm interested to see the unique takes. Honestly, I've found that, unlike many other matchups, Protoss versus Protoss gets actually more coherent when you're slightly lower than top level. The thing is, Protoss units are so strong. They're so good at their jobs that the very best players have a tendency to realize that and use them so perfectly that just a couple units can win the game outright. Whereas that's less true at a less precise level of play. So, we'll see. Max deciding he's perfectly safe without a wall off against Adepts, which is certainly a bold move. Is it a one that is going to extend his life expectancy significantly? I don't think so. But neither player is bothering with those silly Adepts. Instead, Stalkers on either side. A robotics facility already. But the Nexus has begun for Max. A probe headed back home. And so far, no losses on either side. Just taking a look around. 2 Stalkers, 1 Stalker. Now, 2 Stalkers oftentimes beat 1 Stalker because math exists. Or so we claim. But chasing it down. But wait, it's a trap! For no one. Everyone goes their separate ways at the very end. Okay. A dangerous game. But this is still no losses. Getting so close. The Force Wheel could have done it. Stalkers themselves could have done it, but still. An Immortal on the way. Just a couple more gates as Max builds a kind of convoluted wall. He's got a Twilight Council done. Anticipating maybe a Stargate. Something of that sort. There, no Stargate, but about to scout it. Does he see the Robo? No! Technically, no. An observer following the hallucinated Phoenix across the map. Got a Forge. I don't think he believes it's real, and now he's certain it isn't. But Charge is on the way, +1. No, just the Forge starting, no +1. This is the most macro PvP I've seen in months. Robo, Forge, Twilight Council. Meanwhile, just whatever this army is, moving out. Hallucinated Phoenix is gonna scout, get the full view of everything, but there is a seemingly random amount of units headed across, but well, it does have an Immortal. Charge is not yet done, and the Adepts could get in. He has an Observer, he can spot all this. He could just kind of walk up and kill him, potentially. Though the Adepts are in an awkward... I'm not sure whose force field that is. Probes are pulled, which is going to help. Another force field, which locks in the Adept. The Charge Lot's actually quite good against all this. He squeezes a sentry past, and somehow that ends up about even. What could have easily ended in disaster for either side ends up balancing out. Nat did opt for a third base and is now going to get Glaived Adepts, which is one of the choices on the Twilight Council. And not even necessarily a bad one against mass charge lots. So, is that... that's a shield battery. Max with a few more gates. Definitely... he's got his, like, outer perimeter here. Quite a thing. Templar Archives. And... the Observer's taken down, so nobody gets to watch besides us. The supplies still dramatically close. Back at home, a smorgasbord of gateway units and a couple of Immortals mixed in. Archon, Adepts. Glaive's not quite done yet. The Shade commits. Another wave of charge lots is warped in. And now the Glaives are done, so... not that they're not that great. The Immortal's holding. Energy recharge... wait, yes, on the Sentry. The Stalkers are a little distracted by the Gateway, so they're not really contributing. Another Zealot as well. And Max, unfortunately, seems to have lost a lot of the initiative there. And now Nats, with his mass Adepts. Well, there's a pylon up here. I think we can cut out the player cams from the venue, because all of these players are online, and apparently they're heading out to dinner. Their day is done. A little jealous. But As long as they're not stereotyping, it won't be Korean barbecue, but I give it 50-50. And it is Seattle, so... 21 Adepts against 5 Stalkers, 4 Charge Lots, and Immortal. +2 is on the way. The Adepts will cut right through the Charge Lots. They're not bad against Stalkers, but Max's incredibly convoluted wall-off actually works very much in his favor here. The probes will run out the other way. Whose Archon is that? And, the Adepts? Where are the rest? The Shades are... Okay. Wait, there are probes in the Warp Prism. There are 2 sieged up prisms. Well, this is... Yeah. The Adepts are targeting the Nexus, which might be the only way he ends up losing them. Recalls the Adepts. There's a Warp Prism. There's still probes in this Warp Prism. This pylon distracting some of the units. He warps in a few more Adepts. Max is down to 30 probes, so Max is super dead. But, okay, there's a... But, I mean, we still might have some fight in it. As, well, this is happening. Despite Max's architectural originality, I don't think it's gonna end up paying off for him as maybe as well as he hoped. 2 more forges on the way for Nat, which, you know, triple upgrade. Yeah, there you go. Triple upgrades. Meanwhile, there are random clutches of units scattered throughout the map. A proxy gate to the north. 34 probes against 66. So, that is quite a disparity. And more Archons on the way. We've got a 4th and a 5th Nexus in production for Nat. And that might be the only potential saving grace here for Max, is that Nat is putting his neck out so far now. Though, I have my doubts. Oh, he didn't get some not-so-charged lots on the way. Well, there's War Prism, gets some Adepts into the natural. The rest of the army kind of headed off in other directions. Shades into the main. And not all the army, you know, here comes some more. And that's, the charge is not done, but the Zealots don't take too long to close the distance. A force field, the Archon's conscientiously off to the side, making sure the force field doesn't do too much. And he recalls something. Those were probes. Oh, God. No! He tried to recall, but it goes to the closest Nexus that has one, which unfortunately was the same Nexus. Meanwhile, the charge is now done. Better late than never. He recalls some Immortals. Here comes some more charge lots, just in case he didn't get rid of enough of those yet. And decide, nope, there's an Immortal there. 20 probes dead as Max again struggles to maintain anything resembling an economy. But despite his best efforts, it seems like he will survive. The charge lots, another prism. Bit of a team effort there. Nope, the Immortals are being rallied across the map. Again, not the ideal. The scouting Immortals. The army supply is actually in favor of Max, which is happening. Meanwhile, more charge lots. Again, that means he doesn't have that much at home. There's a non-zero chance that Max can beat the army outright. Not sure. Well, the Immortals juggled into the prism. Some great micro. But there's just the quantity has a quality all its own. Blink Stalkers. Well, GG! And In quite a hectic conclusion, Max is forced to tap out his net, consolidates the army, brings it all together. No, it was a bit of a meandering road to get there. All right. That was quite an experience. I enjoyed that, honestly. The two different philosophies of Protoss, if you would. Very different philosophies, very original philosophies, but still two different ones nonetheless. Pick your favorite 1v1 ladder map. Alright, that's definitely a different take on it. Would Winter Madness be too cliche? Perhaps Celestial Enclave. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. I like that more. I was going to go with Mothership, but we haven't seen Celestial Enclave all day. And that could definitely be interesting. I like the perhaps, like, you know, also he lost, so if that's the map he wants to play. Perhaps. Mayhaps an enclave of celestial variety? Yeah, it looks like we pretty much cut him out. But we still have... Wait, no. Wasn't updated. Go, Goog, go. Everybody's out to dinner. What? It's only... Oh, it's 9 p.m. there. Good luck, have fun. Max starts it off. Nat returns it. I'm looking forward to the originality. Oh, wait. Nat up 1-0 for Columbia University. The Columbia University Lions, who, if they win, will move on to face the Tigers. And then whoever wins that moves on to face the Wolverines. So... Unfortunately, the Huskies were first to get knocked out. The Tritons, though, still have a chance. Max has to pax out. For the University of California, San Diego. Probe gonna take that worker only path, the employee entrance through the little mineral wall. Take a look around and then not all right, my work here is done. I've seen everything I came here to see. And then realizes there's so much more to see in life. Unfortunately, Max may have forgotten his cyber core. But he remembered it. We got there. Took a bit. Expands to... Well, he's thinking about expanding to the back base, I think. Nat, on the other hand, has gone for his Nat. Nat's Nat. Probe. Is this the first probe? Yeah. On its way across. Just doing the full tour here. Once again. Now that pesky probe. Following it down. You can never be too careful. Both scouring for pylons. Max with a safer base at the back, but it's the budget base. There's only 5 mineral patches.
Confirmed.
And
Automatically
the gas
reload.
gun.
Thanks.
Thank you, Immortal. I just don't enjoy. Oh, the probe. It dies. Sad, but not unexpected. There's how many probes? There are 3 probes. Just 1, 2, 3. Over 1/3 of the economy is currently wandering around the map for net. Can never be too careful. All right, Marga. Twilight Council's on the way. Max finishing up his second base as well. Immortal in production. Not sure. I don't know if this probe has a purpose. Wait, let me see. I'm gonna go to... No, it's just a random probe on a hotkey. It wasn't... Ah, yes. A Shrine to Dark. Definitely a bold move. Now, in a pretty obvious location. Always a bit of a wild card. Anything that requires detection, honestly, at a less than top tier is... Yeah, the hallucinated Phoenix staring each other down, which is all they can do, but... It will spot the Dark Shrine immediately. But is he looking at it? Did he register it? He flew right over it. He did not click on it. Notably. So I mean, it can, if you're not looking closely, it can definitely just look like a pylon. But it wasn't finished. He's not building any additional detection, so he's got 1 observer with the army. We'll see. 1 observer might be enough. The probe has moved! It's a little bit closer now. Unfortunately, well, the observer's moving out at... that DT definitely has plot armor. It literally, 1 more shot it would have died, but he didn't notice it was attacking because he was too busy proxying a pylon. So, the DT gets in and actually gonna do a lot of damage. Max, with somehow the most fortuitous timing, he recalls an observer back home. The observer that technically spotted the DT earlier gets 4 kills. Multiple observers now. Definite select all army hotkey. Honestly, neither player using control groups for their army because that seems like a lot of work. Hero would be proud. The DT just waiting. It doesn't see where the army is, so we're not sure where it's waiting for. What? Oh, he saw it. He saw it, and then he slinks back out before attacking. Templar Archive. What? Adepts versus Sentry, which will win. Well, the Sentry gets taken out in awkward yeah. 3rd base is on the way. Nat is expanded to the back. The threat of the DT, but the DT is already inside the house. Forge on the way. Oh, spotted the army again. Waiting for his moment. Still not finding it. As they both build up. Maybe I shouldn't have let him have Celestial Enclave. I knew this would happen. I knew it'd just be... I'm too scared. I sit in my base, which is kind of what the map is designed for if you're not going to do a super quick all-in. You got your pocket base, even a pylon to wall it off, even though that only walls probes. You know, probes are scary. None of this could have happened without probes. Max only has 36 probes, which is not enough. But, oh, we're going to expand in a curious location. There's an immortal drop coming in, which is pretty wild. Hallucinated Phoenix will scout. The DT's still waiting, by the way. Immortal drop. We'll just blast through. And we'll see. How does he deal with this? He's just going to warp in some zealots, which... And a recall. What is he even recalling? His army? Okay. The Dark Shrine is being targeted. Does he have enough damage? Not quite to take it out. The drama over the Dark Shrine continues. Max is... Well, he's got only 6 gates, actually, to 8 for Max. And that Dark Shrine becoming quite a bait there. And now, Nat just gonna expand to the base. Just connect them all up. Why not? The army's coming together. The Immortals blasting on the other side of things. There's no way to get through there, though. Blank is done for Max. +1 for Nat. That DT, it might be time. There's actually no detection. The Archons were left at home. The standoff continues. Something's gonna happen. Hallucinated Phoenix spots the army. Does he remember? Yes! The Dark Templar! It's back! We waited like 5 minutes. But there is no recall. And then he just attacks heads up. Oh, he's panicking! Everything's going. He drops out the Immortals. It's a mess. But the DT... Unfortunately, the Selectile army calc, he keeps dragging out of position, but the Dark Templar undoing the entire attack. Max, eventually an observer came out, but 12 probes dead. He built 3 cannons. The threat of Dark Templar is an existential crisis for every Protoss and every player who's ever existed. Usually we kind of get past it and learn to not have that panic attack, but we're clearly not quite there yet. Another DT, maybe this one. What? How does this keep happening? His DTs. Oh my god! Not only does he not die, but he scouts the warp prism that wanders into the stalkers and get taken out. Another Dark Templar. Oh no, he microed. Classic mistake. Oh, if he had just continued forward, he may have evaded yet another observer. How many forges does one man need? More than he has, apparently. 2 more forges on the way. It's still 72 probes. And more stuff very oftentimes counters less. And that does seem to be the eventual issue. We're sending a Hallucinated Phoenix just to keep tabs on things, but I feel like, oh, that's an optimistic gateway there from that. Now, the potential saving grace. If they both get to 200 supply, it is almost certain that Max will have less probes. And also, there's multiple observers and warp prisms with the army. So there's a chance that Max's army is so much larger that he can win the fight. And the upgrades are going to be kind of close. Though I don't know if he knows what Archons are. So, like... So far, these box art level bases are coming together. There's gateways and all scattered throughout. It's 8 gates apiece, but multiple robos. Max has not seen the top left nor the 12 o'clock. So, unfortunately, that means the charge lots will run directly into it. He knows now. Triple upgrades for Nat. Plenty of cannons. As the horrible, no good Dark Templar just continue to live rent-free in his mind and occasionally in his bases. The army supplies in favor of Nat. It's going to be the upgrades as well. Well, pretty much everything on paper, but so far Max has found a way to survive through much of this. Though he has no vision whatsoever of the army about to come through the side door here. There's a powered prism kind of in the midst of everything. Both sides very boldly phasing their prisms mid-fight. There's a lot of things happening. A lot of micro in some senses, though not necessarily helpful, as half the army gets kind of split off. And Max just bashes this back. There goes the prism. And now we're going to fight over this choke point, I think. Max realizes that maybe it's not the place to go. Another warp, and he's been inspired to build some Archons. There we are. Technically, you can make Archons with DTs, but most people don't like to acknowledge that. That is, there are 10 Archons in 5 High Templar. Nope, nope. That's gonna be a no. No, you go first. The sentries microed back. Energy recharge. Hallucinated Phoenix, just in case. I do question the value of a hallucinate. Matt is getting a little aggressive with his expansions as well. But you gotta keep tabs. And here we go. The arc now. That is, maybe not there. Decides on a bit more forgiving area. Looks like Max realizes it as well, but so anything that is more than 3 Archons wide, well, the Archons, okay, he's warping in another round of charge slots. It should be enough, as he just kind of mashes his way through here. Yeah, the charge slots just kind of evaporate. And unfortunately for Max, despite his creative antics, the numbers don't lie. They spell disaster for the University of California, San Diego. And Nat comes through. A strong victory. He powers through. That means they will. Wait. I'm not sure if there are more. If that was the last best of 3 or the last series. But I believe that means that... oh, there are more matches. Not over. Never mind. Next up. We're not done. Maybe we'll find a Zerg. I doubt it. Nothing's Perfect versus Cheems. Which... Wait, I think he might be Zerg. We found one. Nothing's Perfect is a Master Zerg, it seems. Versus Terran. Wild. It's happening. All right, we got it. We got it. All good to go. Terran versus Zerg. Not a single Protoss in sight. Crazy. And here we go. For Columbia University Lions. In the top left. Nothing's perfect. Including buying vowels with a character limit. The Zerg in the blue. And for the University of California, San Diego Tritons. It's a lot. It's a UCSD is also kind of hard to say, but we have Cheems, which is not hard to say, in the yellow. And our first Zerg game of the entire day for this Collegiate National Championship of 5 teams are able to get together. If you happen to be on a team or want to participate in the future, there is, if you use the bracket command, a Discord for University of Washington who's hosting it. Though these teams are online. University of Michigan was in person. But usually once a semester is when we have them. It seems to be lining up like that, so thank you, Ray Rain, as well. Yeah, Cheems has a monopoly on the vowels here. It was going to be nothing's per... Oh, okay, it's just... We pull first. A bold move. Cheems, in typical Terran fashion, not scouting. Though, will he send the SCV after the racks? Indeed he will. And not an early all... I spoke a little soon. Roach one on the way. A strong starting option for our first Zerg. And gonna try to sneak out those early Zerglings. The Reaper. Now the SCV... He's trying to box it out so it doesn't spot the roaches, and he's not going into the main, so... The timing of the hatchery should give away some shenanigans. The Reaper will stay at home to defend. Try to intercept maybe some of the Zerglings. But he may not realize the magnitude of the danger. The Reaper headed out. But clearly realizing, oh no! The Zerglings are sneaking in, but there is already a Marine on the bottom of the ramp. Gonna work on it. The SCVs will be pulled. The Reaper survives its engagement. If he loses the Reaper, that's disastrous. There's not gonna be Ling speed. But the real danger is the follow-up. This is all in. 17 drones. No more drones since pretty much the Roach one was finishing. Ravagers on the way. A third command center. Does seem a bit optimistic. The Reaper's headed to... Oh. Uh-oh. Well.
She's dead, Jim.
The Reaper. Drone's already behind, but I'm not sure if one Hellion is enough. Yes, he will raise the wall, but it'll just go right through the reactor. The factory's trying to pull back. Good luck with that. So, when you don't scout, sometimes you don't see. When you don't see, that can kill you. "12 SCVs dead. It's already too much damage. The bunker. And it's all over. A strong choice, a strong build, and it strong arms him out of the game. And that's why you scout. Though it's still kind of hard to hold, depending on your build. if you scout it, but obviously it's a lot harder if you don't. Can we do Winter Madness? I do every day. Teams is ready. Nothing's perfect. We're ready. And just like that, we're headed to game number 2. Bit of a disaster. An understandable one, but a well-executed classical cheese. Let's see if Cheems has what it takes to pull it together. With it all on the line. The University of Canada... Fuck. No. We're not sounding it. The Tritons are counting on him. What will Nothing's Perfect do? After such a sharply executed all-in. It's still a dangerous build, even if you suspect it. But of course, going 3 command center without knowing it's coming is a quick road to game 2. Speaking of quick roads. Spawning pool in production. Off we go then. Barracks 2/3 of the way. No SCV. Now, as long as you scout it, the key part of scouting is the gas. Even if you don't see the roach one. If you see whether or not they're taking gas, that defines whether or not they're going for aggression. Doesn't have to be, but it certainly limits your options if you don't have gas. You literally, all you have are Zerglings. Maybe some sort of proxy hatch. So, either he gets in and he sees the gas, which the SCV is queued up, though the Zerglings might be able to box it out, or he doesn't, and he don't. He's just going to do exactly the same thing again. And so far, 100% win rate. The SCV is not on a mineral walk, which means, well, it looks like it will get in, and it will see the gas. And Nothing's Perfect is looking to pull drones to block it. But honestly, this should be enough info. There's gas, there's a spawning pool. If you look closely, they wasn't upgrading speed. So it should be a little more clear this time around what he's dealing with. We'll see if we can come up with a stronger defense. Reactor on the way is a bit optimistic. Getting any sort of add-on at this time feels like it... Well, if it finishes, that's a pretty big if.
Resubscription confirmed.
Thank you, Defeater.
Automatically relaying
103
thanks.
months. I just don't enjoy it. Ravager on the way. Already building some drones behind this. The bunker itself should be enough. It's 4 roaches and 1 Ravager, so Cheems will survive. Or he should. Here they come. A siege tank on the way. And the fact that the Reaper's on the other side as well. Gonna break through. But the reactor is already finished. The SCVs can help. A single... yeah, he's got the Marines. The Reaper survives as well. He's gonna lose a few SCVs. And... oof. Corrosive Bile helping with more. Even more bunkers. or even more Marines in the bunker, rather. A siege tank is about to come out, but knocks out 7 SCVs. But that siege tank, as long as he doesn't siege it, yeah, unsieged tank should be fine here. Whips out corrosive bow. I didn't even see it. I gonna try to target it, but as long he's got one more corrosive bile. Oh no! 2 more SCVs by the rabbit. Hey! Oh no, the microwave. He's getting so much done. And it feels like the last few SCVs really turned a corner on this. Still, it's held. Oh my. Tries to double back and loses the Overlord. That's quite painful. But a total of 11 SCVs for all the Roaches and Ravagers, and there is no third for either side. So certainly better. But unfortunately not great. The starport is on the later side of things. Spire is a not particularly surprising follow-up to the kind of low economy start. And we'll see if there's anything resembling... there's going to be Marines, but will they have stim? Or combat shield? Will there be any thought of missile turrets? Kind of doubtful. The Reaper will find some more Roaches. But 3 siege tanks now. Should be more than enough to deal with any Roaches. A scan spots the Spire Cheems. His star sense is tingling. A smart scan and spotting that Spire in time is a huge deal. Double engineering bay and an armory, which... a bit of a reach. Oh my. Almost blasts his Marines trying to get the neutral depot. Now nothing's perfect, sneaking a few more drones out. The missile turrets are coming up. It will be some mutas, but the question is, does he actually commit to the mutas? Or is it just enough to keep control of the situation, then switch him back into the ground army, like mass Roaches? Gonna find out momentarily, I think. Stim is on the way. Cheems pulling it together. A solid recovery. And there's the evolution chamber. There's the Roach speed. He cancels his armory, I think, realizing that it's probably not the ideal choice. The double engineering bay. Standing noticeably idle. We'll start now, but nothing's perfect. Does have the evolution chambers at home as well. So the upgrades are going to be... oh, he just cancel. He's going to go forward. Interesting. The mutas will flap into the main. He has to decide, but there's already well-placed missile turrets. Actually, really solid missile turret placement for zoning it out. And this may be the best opportunity. The mutas, this will be spotted. The Roaches building up, but there's 15 Roaches. It comes down to the siege tanks. And Roach speed isn't done. Without it, it's going to be very hard to deal with this. The Roaches. Oh no, if he loses even one of them. And he does. Roach speed in 8 seconds. Unsieged tanks here. Just fighting heads up. Whittle mine drawn out. The mutas. Where did the mutas go? They're back home. Can maybe try to pick them off. And this push is slowed down pretty dramatically before it even started. Siege tanks helping out a lot against the Roaches. The mutas at the back might be able to gun them down, but the Roaches and Ravagers on either side just collapse on the army. And the mutas weren't taken out, which means the medevacs can be chased. Could drop out some of those Marines. Does not. And Cheems. Oh, Cheems. A disaster. Down 50 supply against the mass Roach Ravager. Third command center just started, which is optimistic. The Roaches are back in much greater numbers, and unfortunately the engineering bay, or the engineering bays are in a precarious position here. That is, you don't want to be on the other side of them. Losing the upgrades is one of the few things he might have had. Oh no. Corrosive bile and trapped in a prison of his own design. Both upgrades denied. That's going to be a solid, near-permanent 2 upgrade advantage for the Roaches and Ravagers. And that's way too much. GG, WP. A tough start. Almost pulls it. But nothing's perfect with a well-timed set of Zerg shenanigans in order to take it home for Columbia University. Now, I'm not sure if we're doing the team matches or adding them in. Those roach timings. It is hard to deal with. There's no direct answer because it's hard to know how many roaches they're actually building. Usually a cyclone is superior to the siege tank for it, but that may be it. So the semifinals and finals will be at 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, where I believe that's a 2-0. That's a win for Columbia, but we're confirming that now. Yeah, not too long from now. So that should be Rochester Institute Technology, the Tigers versus the Lions, Columbia versus Rochester, and University of Michigan looking to maintain their throne as the winners of like the last 4 or 5 of these matches. Now, to be fair, several of them before this were just against Michigan State University, which did not have such a deep, a well fleshed out team. By that I mean usually they had like 2 or 3 players. So, but indeed. So, yes, indeed, Columbia wins. There it is. Oh, we even got it updated there. Congratulations to Columbia. Making it to the top 3. Unfortunately, University of Washington is first to go down. Which is unfortunate because they're hosting in person University of Michigan. But now they can focus on improving for the next time, right? And then Columbia takes down San Diego. Rochester and Columbia fighting out tomorrow in U of M at University of Washington. Likely playing for the finals. We'll see. Honestly, should be close based on if they have the same rosters as we saw here, so. All right, I'll play a few games. We're gonna take off the casting jacket and get on the salt shaker, but there'll be more teams in person. Maybe in the future, if there's enough interested. It's a whole deal to organize. U of M was able to get sponsored by their school directly, so, which I'm not sure is necessarily something that all the teams can replicate. Quite a good spread, though. Alright, until I get salty. And thank you for watching. One more. Mm-hmm. We had SC2 teams when I was in college. I was about to be like, well, you probably did. But then, knowing my demographic, SC2 would have had to been out, right? I was a junior when it released.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
You guys were clamoring for more Protoss versus Terran, so I thought. Maybe we come through. Really? Sneak back in though.
More minerals cannot warp their probes under attack.
Let me see your secrets. I didn't even scout.
Quantity insufficient.
Rude. Reactor.
Vespine gas not enough. insufficient. We not enough minerals. More minerals. Not enough minerals. I am the heart of
Oh, he walled it with a depot. Clever girl.
more minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Cool. You require my
Is there already a medevac out?
cannot warp there.
I don't think so.
Probes under attack.
I was wrong.
Technology. More minerals required. I am here in the shadows. Not enough minerals. It shall be insufficient. Cold is the enemy assaulting probes. Not enough minerals. More. You require my. I am here in the shadow. Need more Vespine gas. Insufficient. I am here in the shadows. You require. We research one with the shadows. More minerals required. I am here in the shadows. Stay here in the shadows. I am. Cold is the void. Additional Vespine gas required. Cannot warp there. Mineral quantity insufficient. I am the voice of truth. I am the heart of darkness. Complete thy bidding. Europe state we are one. I am the voice. We are cold is the void. Very well. I like what I am. Cannot warp there.
I got the Raven. It's pretty huge.
Not enough minerals. We are one with the shadows. Cycle. Not enough energy. Research completed. Insufficient energy. Must be placed in.
Shit.
Let our enemy know our mineral quantity insufficient. I am. You require. I cannot. We shall be. Very well. I'm gonna teach you.
No upgrades. No other tech.
Not enough minerals.
That's not good.
Must be placed in power. More minerals required. Must be placed in power field.
Is that his fourth or his third? Nah, I don't know what I expected.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral cluster expended.
We stand.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. I'm here in the shadows. Mineral field exhausted. I'm here in the shadows. Must be placed in
Was it worth it? Nah. Doubt.
cannot warp there. For the reckoning.
So these pylon placements are horrible.
I'm here in the shadows. Cannot warp there. Upgrade completed. Very
Na Adan Aktu.
comes to all. We move unseen. For the reckoning.
We embrace the glory of battle.
Doom. You require. I am the voice.
We
Must be placed in power field. Mineral field exhausted. Cannot warp there. Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient. Mineral field depleted. Additional pylons. Cannot.
we embrace the glory of battle.
Must
We embrace
This mech. A bit of everything.
new technology researched. Cannot warp there. Mineral quantity cannot warp there. Army upgraded. Cannot warp there.
I return to
Upgrade completed. Mineral cluster expanded.
we embrace the glory of battle. Adon, justice be done.
New technology researched.
I return.
Cannot warp there.
I return.
More minerals required. I'm here in the shadows. Mineral field exhausted. Protoss forces now in combat. No, not possible. Supply limit. No, not possible. No, not possible. Not. Under assault. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. Must more minerals.
We embrace the glory of life.
Vespene, mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals.
Why am I so poor?
Army upgraded. Cannot more minerals. Probes under attack.
Assault data clock.
Mineral.
Assault data clock. The purging is complete.
Enemy assaulting probes. Cannot warp. Upgrade completed.
Hola son titan.
Yeah. We don't do that against her. If only he had made the bad Terran units. I'd be like, which ones are those? And if you figure it out, let me know. He had 2 screens per minute. That means he moved his camera an average of 2 times a minute, like a full screen. To 21. All right, my turn.
Not enough minerals.
SCV ready. Yep. What's going on? Move it.
More minerals required.
Huh? SCV ready. Go. Spin. Huh? Bad news. In the rear with the gear.
Additional supply depots required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals.
SCV ready. What's going on? SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready. Yup. What's go? Ah! You scared me. SCV ready. Huh?
going on?
More minerals required.
Huh? Go ahead. Will do. Huh?
Match first.
Command center upgraded.
Normal speed.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. What's going on? SCV ready.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
What? Go, go, go!
Additional.
SCV ready. Yes, indeed. Fair enough. Oh, yeah, baby. All right. I'm listening. On the way. Death from above. Fear the Reaper. Go ahead. Got something for me to kill. Done. I'm ready.
Got it.
Death from above. Nothing I can't. In the rear with the gear.
Add-on constructed.
It's yours. Huh? What's it worth? You gonna give me orders? Be ready.
Not enough minerals. Mineral command center upgraded.
What? You want something? SCV ready. Let's go. Bandit.
More minerals required.
This better be. I'm listening. Ready to read.
Not enough minerals.
Yes, indeed. SCV ready.
Operational.
SCV ready. Go ahead.
Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required.
Ready to raise some hell.
Only one.
Not enough minerals.
SCV.
Insufficient energy.
Huh?
More minerals required.
On the way. SCV ready.
Add on mineral quantity in command center.
SCV ready.
Not enough minerals.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
SCV ready. I'm going. Let's do this. Where's the hot action?
Add-on operational.
Are you? Huh? Big job, huh? SCV ready. SCV ready. This better be good.
I got my...
Need more Vespine gas.
SCV ready. Right? Talk to me. I'm waiting on you. Talk to me, boss. SCV ready. SCV ready. I'm in a heap of trouble. I'm in a heap of trouble.
I got
SCV like burning. Just raise some head. SCV ready. Is that it? SCV ready.
Landing zone obstructed.
Will do. Go ahead. SCV ready. By the number.
Spire.
You hear me? Are you?
Add-on constructed.
Well, butter my
Cannot build there. More minerals.
Optics online.
Not enough.
SCV ready. Yeah. SCV ready.
Not enough minerals. More minerals required.
SCV ready. Got a target. Go ahead.
Just making sure he finishes it.
Cyclone ready for action.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Comms open. SCV ready. Huh?
Not enough minerals.
Adjusting for new coordinates.
Mineral.
SCV ready.
Add on. Mineral cluster expanded.
Channels clear, boss. Ready. In gear. Oh, I'll get there.
Research completed.
Adjusting for new coordinates. Nothing on. SCV ready. Ben?
The latest meters a lot.
I got my ears on.
SCV ready. Console online. Let's go kill something. Ready to raise command.
Base cannot build.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Mineral field exhausted.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
New technology researched.
Cyclone receiving. Nothing will stop. SCV ready. This ought to be good. Show me who you want to die. SCV ready. Ready to raise command. I get you. In gear. Moving into position. Comms open.
Army upgraded.
Cyclone receiving. Let's go kill. Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Adjusting for new coordinates. SCV ready. Cyclone. I'm in a heap of trouble. Cyclone ready for action. Yep. Big job, huh? Show me who you want to die.
Command center.
SCV ready. Got a target in mind? SCV ready. Ready to raid. I'm in
Liberation in the past. All hands to battle station.
This better be good.
Go ahead. Huh? Give up. It's here. Big job, huh?
Vespine geyser required.
Ready to roll out. Show me. SCV ready.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
SCV ready.
Mineral field. Command center.
SCV ready. Channels. Go ahead.
Upgrade completed.
I get ya.
Command center upgraded.
Ready to roll out.
Mineral field exhausted.
Move it. What's going? Go ahead.
Army upgraded.
Got a target in mind. SCV ready. Roll it. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Comms open. Ready to raise some hell.
Hostile forces engaged.
SCV ready. Cyclone received. Go ahead, Pete. Got no. What's going on? Show me who you want to die. Channels. Got a target in mind? Oh. You got coordinates or what? War is here. SPV ready. Moving into position. Inside of me good. Nothing'll stop me. Ready to raise? Enemy contact. Light it
Mineral
up.
field depleted.
Ready to raise some hell.
Mineral field exhausted. Mineral
Ready to raise some hell.
mineral field exhausted. No, not possible. Supply limit reached.
Let's do this. Talk to me, boss. I'm waiting on you. That it? Sounds sweet. Pedal to the metal. Ready to raise some hell.
No, not possible. Mineral field depleted.
Right on.
Liberation of the past.
Get some. SPV ready. Give us your best.
Base under siege. No, not upgrade completed.
I'm in a heap of trouble. Hey, bad news, big job. Speak up. Light it up.
Army upgraded.
Initiating.
Upgrade
boss.
complete.
It's heating up out here. Ready to raise the man. Word, are you ready? Looking for hot action.
Exhausted. Operation. Hostile forces engaged.
Absolutely. Daylight's burning. I'm in a heap of trouble.
Mineral cluster expanded. No, not possible. Supply limit. Cannot build there.
Got any extra firepower? Ready to raise some hell. It's heating up out here. What's going on?
Base under siege.
Ready to raise. Big job, huh?
Hostile forces under siege.
Ready to raise some hell. Bad news.
No, not possible. Supply limit reached.
Huh? Big jump. FTV ready.
Moving into position.
Got any extra firepower? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Liberation.
New technology researched. No, not possible. Mineral field depleted. Command center of hostile forces upgrade engaged. No, not possible.
Reporting for action. We're returning fire! How can we help? All hands to battle stations. Incoming orders. Attention!
Mineral field.
We're returning fire! Easy. Full speed. We have you on screen. All hands to battle
Vespene
stations.
geyser. Insufficient energy.
Need something liberated? Got freedom?
Get me back into the
Liberation
fight!
is at hand.
Cannot build there.
Standing by.
Mineral cluster expended.
Course. How can we help? Reporting for action.
No, not possible.
Systems go. Cycle.
Upgrade completed. Mineral field exhausted. Army command.
We're returning fire!
Not possible. Supply limit. Add-on constructed. Mineral field depleted. No, not possible. Supply limit reached.
Initiating.
Not enough energy. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Insufficient energy.
Well,
Liberation is at hand.
Research completed.
Standing by.
Mineral cluster expended.
I'm going in. Sounds sweet. Hell yeah! Right on!
Attention!
Mineral field depleted.
Course set. We have you on. All hands to battle station. Got freedom?
I'm in a heap of trouble. You got talk to me.
Landing zone obstructed. Mineral cluster expended. Mineral field exhausted.
We're returning
No,
fire!
not possible. Supply limit reached. Mineral field depleted. Add-on constructed. No, not possible.
Systems go.
No. Add-on operational.
What's our target?
Command center upgraded. No, not possible. Supply limit reached.
We have you on screen.
No, not possible. Supply limit reached.
Give us your best shot. Lay it on me. I'm in deep.
Not
We're returning fire! Easy.
What's our target?
Vespene geyser depleted.
It's online. Let's go kill something. I'm in deep.
No, not
Ready to blunder.
supply limit reached.
Huh?
All hands to battle stations.
Gotcha. What's going on?
We read you.
Command center upgraded.
Lay it on me.
No, not supply limit reached.
Got something for me? Boy is here. Fix me up, will ya?
Base under siege. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Cannot build there.
In the rear with the
Enemy
gears.
attacking SCVs.
Well, butter my biscuit. Yep. What? I'm in deep.
No, not possible. Supply limit. SCVs under attack. No, not possible. Base under siege.
Let's get into the fight. Fight or flight.
Upgrade completed.
What's going on? Spore is here. Ready to plunder.
Need something blown up?
Bad news. Ready to plunder. Go ahead. Spore is here. Yo. In the rear with Got a target in
Enemy
mind.
attacking SCVs.
You got coordinates or what? Spore is here.
No, not possible. Mineral.
Made for battle. What's going on?
Ah, command.
Cyclone receiving. Cyclone en route. Ready to raise some hell. Talk to me, boss. Raise some hell.
Landing zone obstructed. Landing zone obstructed. SCVs under siege. Mineral field depleted.
Yes. Transformation. Fight or flight.
Speed geyser exhausted. No, not possible. Supply.
Ready to plunder. Nothing'll stop me.
Need something liberated?
Made for battle. Bad news.
Not enough energy.
Yes, sir. As you say.
Let's get into the fight. I like it. Cert, ready to plunder.
All hands to battle station.
New techno. Base under siege.
ready. I am here.
Command center upgraded.
You got coordinates? Bad news. With me. Okay. Now. Transformation systems prime. Comms.
Command center upgraded. Hostile forces.
Taking fire here. Very well. No one. Fight or flight. Let's get into the fight.
Mineral field exhausted.
Made for battle. Huh? Fix me up, will ya? Get me back into the fight! You ready for war? Go ahead! I'm wasting away here! Transformation.
No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Cannot build there.
I like it. Fighter flight. Yeah. I am here. Click me. Let's feel the thunder.
Vespi mineral cluster expended.
Very well. Made for battle. I'm going. Got some. You ready?
Insufficient energy.
I hear you. Transformation system. I am heavy metal.
Mineral field exhausted. Army upgraded.
Let's get into the fight.
No, not possible. Supply limit reached.
Big job, huh? Huh? Yeah. Bad news. I'm wasting away here.
Returning fire!
Transformation. Got something?
No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Cannot build there.
fighter. In the rear with the gear. Very well. I am here. Let's get him. You ready for war? Made for transformation system. Ready to primed.
Need something blown. Lay it on me. Go ahead. Big homie. What's our... Shot. Go ahead. What's our...
War. Transformation.
What's our...
Well, eventually, enough Thors. No reason to ever actually pick a fair fight when you can decide what every fight is. What a mess. I had 100 SCVs was the reason the army wasn't big enough for a while. But eventually. And that'll have to be it for now. Because, well, we got more casting tomorrow. The grand finals. It's going to be 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. The grand finals of the Collegiate National Championship, such as it is. But thank you for watching. Make sure to tune in early, or if you're on the YouTubes, well, you can check in on some of the highlights. And there were some very interesting games, exciting games, dramatic games, Archon mode, teams. Let's see how it goes. But the dramatic conclusion. I'll probably be streaming some more after. It's only 2 series tomorrow, but 2 of the best. We'll see. Does University of Michigan continue on its rampage, or can it be stopped? TBD. Thank you for watching. Hope I made your day just a little bit better. I'll see you next time. If you're on YouTubes, be awesome if you can like and subscribe. If not, well, you can find it. Winter Gaming TV. Good luck. Have fun. Stay tuned.